Good morning. It's funny because I kind of thought, Rochelle, that you were going to be somewhat on here with me, but that's okay. Um, so we're going to do day 4 today of the Ole Miss trial, Ole Miss murder trial. And yesterday was a lot better than the first 2 days. Hopefully, well, aside from my disappointment, maybe, but we're gonna go ahead and get started. I'm running this at 1.25 just because we know this court is like everybody's been calling it the sloth court. So I'll just go ahead and get this started, and I'll be pausing when we need to talk about anything, and we'll be skipping through breaks and all that jazz. Wrong one.
Jury's not present. Parties informed me they had some arguments to make prior to the jury being brought in, and so we'll get started on that at this time. Are y'all?
They've got some witnesses in the courtroom inadvertently. I don't think it's
All right. Make sure you don't have any witnesses in the courtroom. Since I don't know who they are, I can't help you. If you've been subpoenaed being as a witness in this case, you'll need to leave the courtroom. Okay. All right.
Okay. Any witnesses here in the courtroom have been subpoenaed to come? All right. Thank you. Your Honor.
Before we start, Your Honor, the state had some matters they wanted to bring up here before we got started. I believe it was yesterday. Defense provided a jump drive that contained more than 1,000 pages of a report, modified report from their expert. I think it's late for providing that kind of information, especially in that
What type of
volume.
expert are you talking about?
It's the digital media expert, forensic expert on computers, digital media. And if you recall, Your Honor, we had the state had requested notice to an expert for the state. We had a hearing on that in Ripley, and we had provided a one page, basically a page and a half of what she was going to testify to. That was in that hearing in Tipp County. The court said it was, too close to the trial.
It was Tuesday of last week, Tuesday morning of last week, the state
Make sure you're doing the 5th or 6th, I believe, and provided an opinion that she was going
the
to.
substance for testimony was provided Tuesday morning of last week, like Tuesday before Thanksgiving.
About a page and a half.
When did we start? Your Honor, in response, I represent to the court, I think in our 4th supplemental discovery response, I believe we identified Mr. Coker as a witness almost a month and a half ago. And as the court recalls, I made some arguments previously about the fact that due to the late discovery getting the computers, we were in, or the computers from the Detective Baker, we were scrambling to get an expert. We got the expert. And then, of course, it's a lot of documents, a lot of things we had to look through, and he's basically going to provide a report to them in a condensed version.
Going to right now, have you got a report other than 1,000-page report?
140-page report.
140-page report.
That was provided some time ago, I believe. The first report was provided sometime in, I think the Friday before we went to Ripley.
No, that was provided the day after the hearing. The 143-page report was provided the next day. Someone from their office came late that afternoon to the DA's office and hand delivered it to me on that Tuesday.
Not regardless of that, Your Honor, he was disclosed some time ago as to being an expert.
I don't know if I'm going to deal with this issue right now before the jury comes in, but I'm going to want to know what was disclosed when the disclosure was made. The disclosure on the state's witness, the disclosure I believe it was made on state expert, made on November 6th, that they were going to be testifying, and it really wasn't much of a disclosure until substantive report was not provided until substantive testimony until Tuesday before the trial will start on Monday. We got a jury sitting back there. I want to be figuring out what was disclosed to the state when. Y'all be thinking about that, and then we'll deal with the issue that you've got, which is more pertinent to today's
We'll
testimony.
also provide to the court the time frame in which we got the information to send to the expert, which I think is relevant.
Y'all be studying on that, but that's not. I don't have to make a ruling on that matter to deal with our testimony we're dealing with today, and I may have some time this weekend for us to study on that. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Crickmore.
The other matter is Jeremy Rainey asked the clerk to see what subpoenas have been issued by the defense. And the deputy clerk printed out a series of documents that I would like to have marked for identification, just for purposes of this disclosure.
You can mark anything for identification anyway. Let me get to where I'm at. That's going to be S43, is that right? Ricky, if you would tell the jury that we promise we're out here working, but we're going to be a little while, okay?
Good morning, Irene.
Here's a number of subpoenas that were issued back in August, I believe August 15th this year, in blank. Since then, we've had several officers that have been served with subpoenas from the defense that appear to be from that type of a batch.
Let me say this. I'm going to ask the assistant. Has the defense provided the witness list?
We have.
Is there anybody was anybody served with a subpoena that's not on the witness list?
I don't know, Your Honor. I don't either. I think maybe one or two.
But let's find.
Hold on,
Okay. And then that could be some rebuttal evidence or something. But well, I don't know about rebuttal on the defense part.
That's what
Yeah, go ahead.
We supplemented discovery with a number of witnesses. Every time we've done supplemental responses to witnesses, my understanding is the court's ruling that, correct me if I'm wrong, that providing the discovery list to us the night before trial was not a discovery violation, nor was there a discovery violation in providing the list on 11/21 of this year. So it's the ruling of the court that the state doesn't have to provide a discovery list.
I'm trying to decide if I should go ahead and skip through this little part and get to our first witness, or if you want to hear this about the discovery, let me know, Irene, Michelle. Do you want me to skip forward through this, or do you want to listen to them bicker? As soon as I get that answer, I will.
Discovery violation, and the defense does.
All right, then. Very good. I will do that. Because, oh man, they really like to talk, don't they? Let me see.
For us to stop it.
And they're still going to do
Again,
that.
to testify, to authenticate
And now
and all these videos. Now there's another problem. Well, if that was always a problem, why didn't you file that motion in limine before trial? Oh yeah, because it's not about that. Because you really want to do this because you know that makes your client look even guiltier. And that's what's going on here.
Oh,
I'll give you a chance to respond.
okay. Sorry. That was just, she's got fire in her. All right. So slow. Everything they do is so slow. I know. She's got a fire in her, Irene. I like that.
We'll start without you. Let us know when you're ready, okay?
There we go. That's where we're going to get started.
Good morning. Thanks for being here. Sure. Might as well get used to it.
I don't know why it went silent. Oh, that's why they weren't silent. Sidebar.
Actually,
You may.
tell the jury who you are.
My name is Leslie Christian. I have been employed with Renaissance Bank for 24 years, and I am currently the financial crime supervisor.
Okay. So you work for Renaissance Bank. Do you work in Tupelo?
I do.
Okay. Do you have a Renaissance branch bank in Grenada?
Yes, we actually have two.
Is that on Commerce Street?
It is
What's the address there?
1537.
1537 Commerce Street. Now, at that location, is there an ATM?
Yes, there is.
Does that ATM have a video recorder?
Yes, it does.
Now, I want to direct your attention back to July 8th of 2022. Around that time frame, 2022, did law enforcement come looking for video surveillance from that branch bank at 1537 Commerce Street in Grenada?
That is correct. We received a subpoena.
All right. Did you respond to that?
I did.
Did you pull the footage from that ATM?
I did.
All right. May I approach?
Okay.
Have this marked for identification.
Yeah, we don't have a problem with it being admitted, court noting our previous objections.
All right.
It's
No.
relevant at this point in time. Also, other objections.
What
Other
the-
objections prior,
Okay, prior objection.
and the objections are relevant this time.
Okay. That's gonna be a thumb drive. All right, the S-44 will be admitted.
I believe what we're going to do is just put a frame of that exhibit up, and I think you'll be able to see it on the monitor. While he's doing that, the contents of that jump drive, have you reviewed that?
Yes, I have.
Is that the same surveillance video that you provided law enforcement?
Yes, it is.
Back in 2022?
Yes.
Now, the duration or length of that clip that you provided, was that about 1 minute and 3 seconds?
Yes, it was.
All right, can you see the image
Yes.
on your monitor? I'm going to direct your attention to the timestamp. Was that date and timestamp accurate?
Yes, it was.
All right, so where it says, it's got 2022 first, referring to the year, correct? And then the date would be 7/8,
Correct.
which is July the 8th.
Right.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then the time stamp on it is 18:55 and 14 seconds.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. With that, looking at that time, would that be AM or PM?
This would be military time, so this would be 6:55 p.m.
6:55 PM is the correct time.
Correct.
Was the date and time accurate?
Yes, it directly matched to a transaction that we were able to find a record of.
You need to hear the response. Was the time and date accurate?
Yes, it was.
Is the time and date on that exhibit accurate now?
Yes, it is.
Tend to the witness, Sean.
Any cross-examination?
No problem.
The joint witness we have this year, yesterday, thank you, here,
Absolutely. Thank you.
this witness is free to go. You're free to go, thank you.
What was her purpose of being there?
Who would you call as your next witness?
Say we call Dana Hood.
Who?
Dana Hood.
Dana Hood? Somebody, get Dana Hood.
Right, Irene? I don't understand what her purpose was. else you can. This is just insane. Just to sit and watch an empty, like, nothing. So,
Actually, can you tell the jury who you are?
My name is Dana Hood, and I'm the office manager of Family Time Cleaners.
Okay. Back in 2022, was that cleaners, RNS cleaners?
Yes, it was.
All right. So when did the name change?
I believe it was April of 23.
And that microphone is far away from you.
But for-
If you don't
Yeah.
mind, is that okay?
It's fine.
All right. So when did the name change from RNS cleaners to, what did you say?
Family Time Cleaners.
Okay,
I
Family
believe
Time.
it was April of 23.
well, she already said that.
But back in July of 2022, it was RNS cleaners, correct? All right. And what is RS cleaners
A dry cleaning business
in Grenada?
in Grenada.
What is the address?
1793 Commerce Street,
1793 Commerce.
Commerce Street, Grenada.
All right. Now, what do y'all do?
We launder clothes and all kinds of items.
Is it like dry cleaning?
Dry cleaning, yes.
She already said that too.
Now, back in October of this year, did law enforcement come looking for a video that was provided by RNS cleaners back in 2022?
Yes, they came and
Hello,
Did you
Kimber.
review that video at the time?
I did.
Did you provide a certificate of authenticity to that video?
I did.
All right. Now then, try to have this marked for ID.
It's 45.
You haven't missed much, or you haven't missed anything at all yet, Kimber. Nothing at all.
All right, I'm going to hand you what's been marked for ID as Exhibit 45. Have you reviewed the contents, Matt? Is that the same video that back in October when you authenticated it, accurately depict what you authenticated back in October?
Yes,
All right. And is that, did you review that exhibit this morning
I did.
and verify that it was the same video?
I did.
Damn it.
Now then, when you did that, you signed and dated, correct?
that's correct.
All right. Now, can you tell the jury whether the timestamp, whether you reviewed the timestamp and date of that
I did.
video?
Correct.
Was that accurate?
It was accurate.
Can you tell the jury how you determined that it was accurate?
It's on the camera footage, it's time-stamped, and on the receipt that we printed out when the customer brought the clothes in is also time-stamped.
They were consistent. Did you look to see whether there had been any issues with the receipt system and the surveillance system? Whether
There
they
were no
were-
issues.
No issues with it whatsoever? And the system that you have now, is it the same?
It is.
And is it accurate today?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask that be received into.
Okay.
All
Other
right.
than one statement, please
All right.
say.
It'll be S45, will be admitted.
Court's indulgence. The receipt that you used to verify the accuracy of the video surveillance, do you have that with you today?
I do. She has it.
I got a copy of it.
You got a copy of it? All right, yep.
Another one coming there behind.
This is ridiculous.
So this marked for ID. Well,
That's awesome.
fix our window shades last night. They look really good this morning anyway. I just want you to know that,
I do not understand the way this courtroom operates. Everything is so slow and unorganized and just get along with these people. They're so
It's the
slow.
entire,
what y'all eat last night? Yeah, you tell us what you're gonna do. I guess a better question, rather than the old audience. Where did yours get sent to eat last night? Yeah. Turn out okay? Y'all may volunteer to do it. Y'all coming along here, guys?
Right there.
Big more while you're standing there looking at yourself. How about playing this? Pass this down to Kathy, so it won't get lost. Thank you.
while he's reviewing that, I'm sorry.
While he's reviewing that, can you do something? Exactly, Irene.
That's what's gonna be the next numbered exhibits. How many marks just have?
And the crazy part is that I'm running this at 1.25, and yet it's just so slow.
I'm sorry, Your
It's
Honor.
not here. You can ask it to be marked.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and get that on the road then. That's gonna be S46.
That's why I needed her up here today.
Are y'all looking at, the jury's looking at this, this has been introduced into evidence, I guess. It's been displayed, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, the video being displayed. has
Sorry to be
received.
deceived.
Okay, just making sure.
Marshall, proceed.
It has, set 45 has been admitted anyway.
You got this one received. All right, Ms. Hood, if you'll look on your screen, do you see the image displayed? Is that from your business
Yes,
there
it
in
is.
Grenada? And you were able to identify the date, 7/8/22, 9/29/40, is that AM?
AM, yes.
AM? And you were able to determine that that was correct time?
That's
and
right.
date. All right. Now then, I would ask that Exhibit 46 be received in the.
No problem. All right. 8 pages, I think. Make sure.
Somebody tell me what that is. I'm gonna retrieve it, so I'll make my notes here.
It's the invoice records from the transaction.
Invoice records from the cleaners.
Tim here.
Okay.
Seven. Yep, I mean, Mr. Horman. So,
7.
all right, I'm going to hand you exhibit.
That's a fair point, but is Alabama as slow as Mississippi is? Because this is,
Transaction from.
yeah, you'd never get through a trial.
That's correct.
All right, that's not the original receipt though, is it?
No, this is just a copy from.
But you printed that out recently?
I did.
And it has the new name of the business at the top,
That's right.
but it's the same system.
Same system.
Okay, and you still had those records from this transaction on July 8th, 2022.
This is the actual transaction from July 8th, 2022.
And can you state that that's, the time on that receipt is consistent with this video?
Yes.
Court's involved.
I don't know why anybody would go to dry cleaning. I would just burn the clothes. Not that I would ever commit a crime to where I had to burn my clothes. I'm just saying I wouldn't take it to a dry cleaner. That's just leaving
So,
another piece of
other than
evidence somewhere.
Law enforcement coming to request any records from any transactions from July 8th, 2022, has anybody else asked you about those records from that day?
No.
Okay. Has anybody come to you and asked you for records from that transaction? Or about
Yes,
that
actually,
transaction?
I received a phone call from Mr. Herrington asking for a copy of the receipt. Okay. I received a phone call from Mr. Herrington asking for a copy of the receipt.
Okay.
And so I left it at the front so he could pick it up, this exact receipt,
Okay.
well, copy of the receipt.
Okay.
And then the next day, his mother came in and wanted a copy of the receipt. So I gave her the exact same thing. She said, well, I was hoping it would be more detailed and show that it was a suit. And I explained to her that this is all we could produce, and that's all the computer would do.
Did she ask you to alter or change it?
No.
Okay. Tend to the witness, John.
Ma'am, sir, that's a active account though. At that time, it's not, that wasn't just a unique, Timmy Harrington had an account there.
He did.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Can you redirect? This wouldn't be final excuse. Thanks for being here, Mr. Wood. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Stay with us. I don't choose not to, but you're welcome to if you like.
Okay, so without actually saying that I didn't get any real information from her, there was a picture and that was it. From what I saw at least, this is insane.
Christopher Clink.
Christopher Clink.
Exactly, right, Irene?
K-L-I-N-C-K.
Your phone ate your chat. That's funny. Let's go ahead and try to see if we can fast. Oh, okay. Never mind. So we can get somebody in there somewhat quickly.
I come right around here and have a second witness chair there.
Just be on standby. All right, and where do you live, Mr. Clink?
140 Broadmeadow Drive, Grenada, Mississippi.
All right, now where you live across the street, your neighbor who lives directly across from you,
The Harringtons,
okay? Now, do you know Tim Harrington?
yes,
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
yes, sir.
Is it, living in across the street, when you say the Harringtons, are you talking about that's his mother and daddy's house?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did Tim Harrington visit there frequently in the summer of 2022?
Yes,
Did you know who, you've already stated you know who Tim Harrington is, but if you saw him, you would recognize him, correct?
yes,
All right. Now, does your home have a video surveillance system?
yes,
All right. And back in July of 2022, did you have a home video surveillance system?
yes.
All right. Now, where's that camera oriented? What kind of angle or picture would it be designed or placed to get? What is the view of that camera?
The front of our house.
All right. Does it capture the yard and driveway to a certain extent of the Harrington home?
A little bit to a certain extent.
All right. Now, back in July of 2022, was the date correct on your system?
I believe so.
All right. And what about the timing?
It was off.
Okay. Now,
I know we're here with this, but I just want to make sure, I think the procedure you have to object relevance on the witness.
I understand it. In relation to the prior objection, the court's ruled on this. So you have to continue objection, it's all the time.
Thank you.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 47 for ID. You recognize the image depicted in that exhibit?
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
Yeah, I'll recognize it by our yard, our driveway, my son's truck.
Do you remember, were you present when that document was created?
Yes.
All right.
No objection.
All right. Stay with ask me.
It's marked.
It's marked. Yes. All right. That's 47. I'm going to display it on the screen. All right, is that image being displayed on your screen? All right, Exhibit 47. Now, this first cell phone right here, it's got a date on it. Now, this first cell phone right here, it's got a date on it. Now, this first cell phone right here, it's got a date on it. So,
It is.
all right, and whose phone is it on top of? The one that says 650.
I don't recall, honestly.
Was it depicting current time at the
Yes.
time? Was it depicting current time at the time that this document was created?
Yes, sir.
Was that time 650 accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right. So was this created to show the time difference
Yes, sir.
in order to arrive at the correct time for your videos, your home surveillance system, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that was done because law enforcement came out to find the correct time for your home surveillance system, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, prior to that, had law enforcement come to your home to gather video footage going back to July 8th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Did you provide that to law enforcement?
They had a warrant, yes, sir, so I provided it.
They had a search warrant?
Yes, sir.
It almost makes it sound like he's saying if they hadn't given that search warrant, he wasn't going to provide it. That's kind of crazy. He's like, and did you provide it? Well, they had a search warrant. They took it.
I'm going to hand you Exhibit 48. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind speaking to that, Mark.
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you examine the contents of that exhibit?
Yes.
Did they accurately depict what you provided law enforcement in 2022 pursuant to that search warrant for your home surveillance system?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I would ask that this be received.
All right, that could be S48.
Yes.
If you'll just pull up that first clip.
I think he doesn't want, it looks like he doesn't want to even be there, in my opinion. He's like, can we get this over with?
Now, on that exhibit, were there 8 different times that files were created? Approximately?
Approximately.
There was more than one, correct?
Yes.
More than 5,
Yes.
less than 10?
If these are them right here, there's 2, 4, 6, 8, maybe 9. Yes.
And we're just going to take them one at a time. We're going to display a still shot and just see if you recognize it, okay?
Okay.
Go to 9/26/47.
I agree, Rochelle. Nobody looks like they want to be there.
All right,
Ring camera's got a fatal hit and run.
No,
in
no,
your-
no.
that particular spot on that video surveillance, the time stamp right there is 9/26/46. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
In order for you to arrive at the correct time, you would have to make a calculation based on this exhibit in 47, correct?
Yes.
To get the accurate time.
Correct.
But the date, July 8th, 2022, that's accurate.
I believe so.
Was it accurate then? The date?
I'm pretty sure it is.
I'm going to ask you to look at exhibit 47. Is that the exact difference between your live feed of your home video surveillance and the current time at the time this exhibit was created?
Yes, sir.
So if you take that difference and apply it to here, would that date on that exhibit be July 8th, 2022?
Yes.
Is that true with all the other clips as well?
Yes.
And you've reviewed every clip on this exhibit, correct?
Before I came in, I think we reviewed most of them. I don't know if I reviewed every
We'll go
one.
through each one. Let's go to the second. Let's do it. All right, if you pause it. Now this second clip, do you see how it's been zoomed in? And
Yes.
it doesn't have a date or time, does it?
No.
All right, but do you recognize the front yard there in the bottom right portion of the image that's being displayed on the second video file?
Yes.
Whose yard is that?
The Herringtons.
And do you see that box truck across the street?
Yes.
All right, is that parked in the, on the curb by the front yard of the Herrington home?
Yes.
All right, let's go to the third clip.
I thought she was yelling at you too. That's why I quit talking.
That was trimmed down too. All right. Do we have a date? I mean, same question. You recognize that front yard, the driveway, the truck? Whose truck is that? The white truck parked in your in the driveway.
That's my son's truck.
All right, and that too is on July 8th, 2022.
Yes.
And you would have to make the same adjustment to arrive at the correct time based on exhibit 47. And I submit to you that on that, looking at exhibit 47, the your home surveillance system image being projected, it says 542, does it not?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And the phone underneath it says 650, correct?
Yes.
All right, so that's going to be a difference of basically an hour and 8 minutes.
Yes.
So looking back at the time frame on exhibit, the third file on exhibit 48, you'd have to adjust that by an hour and 8 minutes to arrive at the correct time. But the date 7/8/2022 is correct.
Yes.
All right, let's go to 4. And 9:38. All right. Same question. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Did you provide this image to law enforcement pursuant to the search warrant?
yes,
And the date on that is correct and accurate? And the time would have to be adjusted based on the differential in Exhibit 47, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's go to the fifth clip. Let's go to 6:32.
I'm not understanding what the point of all of these are. Oh, never mind. No, I figured it out. Never mind. Sorry.
Looking at the image on the fifth clip, your system says 7/8/2022. Is that accurate? All right. And then over there, it says 1832. Is that military time
yes,
on your home surveillance system? All right. But you would have to make the adjustment to arrive at the correct time based on the differential in Exhibit 47.
yes,
All right. And does that accurately depict what you provided to law enforcement pursuant to the search warrant? All right. Let's go to clip, the sixth clip. Let's go to 1927. All right, pause. All right, looking at the date on the image being depicted from the sixth clip, the date on that, July 8th, 2022, is that accurate?
yes,
All right, the time over here is 1927. To arrive at the accurate time on that clip, you would have to make the adjustment based on the differential in Exhibit 47, correct?
correct.
And does that accurately depict the video you provided to law enforcement pursuant to the search warrant?
Yes,
So, I don't think it's in here. All right. Now, looking at the image projected on your screen on the seventh clip, the date on there, July 8th, 2022, is that accurate?
yes,
All right. And the 2018 mark, that's military time based on your home surveillance system, correct?
Correct.
But to arrive at the correct time, you would have to make an adjustment based on the differential in Exhibit 47, correct?
correct.
The last image on that exhibit pause it right there. Looking at the image projected on your screen, the date July 8th, 2022, is that accurate?
Yes,
All right, and the time 13:59 military time. So it would be, I guess, saying, was that 1 o'clock? 1:59. But to arrive at the correct time, you would have to make an adjustment based on the differential in Exhibit 47, correct?
correct.
And does that accurately depict a video surveillance file that you provided to law enforcement from your home video surveillance system pursuant to the search warrant?
Yes,
What's it goes? All right. Thank you, Jerry. Yes, sir. All right. Now, you stated that you know the Herringtons, correct?
yes.
All right. In fact, don't you work for the Herringtons?
I work for Grenada School District.
Is Ms. Herrington your boss?
Somewhat, yes,
Is it fair to say they're a well-known family in Grenada?
yes.
All right. Tend to the witness, Sheldon.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Clean, So we're perfectly clear, when they came to your house and got the video surveillance off of your, that's basically a ring camera, correct? Is it a fair statement that from the first time stamp that counsel for the state identified the earliest time in the morning, they took your entire video of that whole day, even though he provided 5 snippets, they took all of that until the latest date that he's identified in the exhibits. Fair statement?
Yes.
Okay, so you've got the entire day, and you've at some point in time viewed that entire video whenever you looked at it and watched it while they were downloading, correct? Back and forth. I know you weren't standing there by it.
Back and forth.
At the time they downloaded it, you started it, watched some of it, looked at it, viewed it to make sure it was operating correctly, right? All that stuff, correct?
Right.
All right, would it be a fair statement during a large portion of that video, while the box truck was parked out in front of the Herrington house, there were people riding bikes up and down the street, people walking down the street, things of that nature. Do you remember that?
I can't recall that.
I mean,
to be
do you
honest.
remember y'all had someone working in your yard, and I think your son went outside, was doing some yard work with the individual at your yard, correct?
Yes, I do remember that.
Asked and answered, said he didn't know, then he started testifying for him.
That's cross-examination, huh? You recall seeing on the videotape, your son out in the yard and the individual in the hat. Who was that? The guy
That
in the hat.
was me in the hat.
Okay. And y'all worked.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to clear that up. You're in the yard with your son working, and did you observe on that particular day, people, it's Friday afternoon, or Friday during the course of the day, people up and down the street on that particular day, riding bikes, things like that, and same time that Mr. Herrington came to the house?
Yes.
Okay. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Timmy driving that truck, box truck, on any particular day wouldn't necessarily be an unusual event, would it?
No.
Okay. And also, Timmy driving that box truck and loading it up with stuff, whether it be weed eaters and stuff in the house, would not be an unusual event. Wheelbarrow, anything like that. You've seen him do that in the past, haven't you?
Correct.
And are you familiar with the fact that his grandfather, and I think maybe his uncle, they rental property in town that Timmy has responsibility of helping take care of and do things along those lines?
Yes.
And I think he's been doing that for the family there in Grenada, even during his high school years, things of that nature, right? For a long time.
Yes.
Cortland does for me. That's all I have.
Mr. Klink, you seem to know a lot about Tim Herrington. Are you friends with Tim Herrington?
We were neighbors, and we, when he was younger, he would come over to our house some, and I know my kids, and he and his sister jumped on our trampoline before, and yes, I would say we're.
You and Tim Herrington are friends.
I mean, I haven't spoken with him much in a long time, but I know when the kids were growing up, we're around each other some.
Tell the jury whether you've actually seen Tim Herrington load up a wheelbarrow into that box truck. Specific memory.
I remember seeing a wheelbarrow being taken to the box truck, but I can't recall if it was loaded in there or not specifically.
Just that one time.
There's been times where they load things on and off, garden equipment, lawnmowers, things like that on trailers and different trucks and,
Trailers and different trucks.
and possibly a boxcar before.
Boxcar.
That boxcar or boxcar I've seen at the house before, yes.
You've seen it at the house before. But I'm talking about Tim Herrington loading up a wheelbarrow into that box truck. You've said one time, and that was on that day, correct?
I don't even know if it was Timothy that day. I saw some activity that day. I noticed a person, taking a wheelbarrow to the boxcar, but I'm not sure if indeed it was Timothy or not.
Court's indulgence. On cross-examination, you were very sure about that. And now you're saying you don't even know if it was Tim Herrington, correct?
Very sure about.
Yeah, on cross-examination, you said you were sure that you've seen Tim Herrington load a wheelbarrow onto that box truck. When Mr. Horan was asking you on cross-examination, you said, yeah, I'm sure of it. But now you're saying that you're not even sure if it was Tim Herrington that you saw.
This characterization he's talking about on that particular day.
You can answer the question.
He asked me if I remember my son working out with me in the yard. He asked me if I remember people going up and down the street. I remember seeing the boxcar. He asked me,
He asked you if you were certain that you had seen Tim Herrington driving that box truck. And you said yes.
I don't remember him asking me that.
Okay.
If I remember seeing Timothy Herrington driving the boxcar.
Now, you've been reluctant to provide testimony, even you wanted a search warrant rather than cooperating with law enforcement. Is that let me finish the question. Is that a fair characterization that you've been reluctant to come provide testimony?
Anybody would be reluctant to be involved in something. There were various reasons why I wanted a search warrant.
I'm not talking about anybody. I'm talking about you.
And
Have you been reluctant to provide testimony, provide evidence in this case that could be relevant? If the court decides it is.
It's my right to have a search warrant
I understand that. I'm just asking if you're reluctant.
to provide any evidence to any law enforcement. I don't want anybody coming into my house, going through my video without a search warrant.
I
Here, here.
understand that.
It's not.
I'll give you an
reluctance.
opportunity to explain.
Question, yes or no, and then you can explain.
Is it safe to say that you are reluctant to provide testimony and potential evidence in this case?
Define reluctant, please.
He's badgering his own witness.
Because you're,
This is
That's not what I
insanity.
want to.
are you afraid because,
No, I'm not afraid.
are you, do you have any fear of any retaliation against you?
No, none at all.
Any objection? You just brought it back up. All right, Ms. Witness, you found you.
You can.
Next meeting, Ms. Where you go? What's that? It's going about an hour. Y'all want a break or y'all, how long is the next witness gonna take? Let's get one more short one in if you can, okay?
He was badgering his own witness.
Wow.
Who you call?
All right, this time to say call Douglas Pittman.
Who?
Douglas Pittman.
Did I miss something while I was busy? Was that not a witness for the state?
No, you didn't miss anything. That was a state witness. Geez.
All right, come around and have a seat in the witness chair, please. May proceed.
Mr. Pittman, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name's Douglas Pittman.
How are you currently? Oh, I apologize. How are you currently employed? Like, what's your job?
Asset protection associate.
And could you,
I didn't understand.
Asset protection associate
where?
at Walmart.
And is that Walmart located here in Oxford, Mississippi?
Yes.
Back in 2022, did the Oxford Police Department approach you about pulling some surveillance footage?
Yes.
Is that a part of, well, I'll ask you, what do you do as asset protection?
I catch shoplifters, I research videos for officers, and basically protect the merchandise.
I'm sorry, I don't think she could hear you. Did you say protect merchandise?
Yes.
Okay. And so it is your job to keep up with the Walmart surveillance system?
Yes.
Okay. So back in 2022, did Oxford Police Department approach you about getting some footage from July 8th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And was that footage for the purchase of a particular product?
Yes.
What was that product?
Duct tape.
Okay. And tell me, if someone asks for something like a particular product like duct tape, how do you even go about finding that footage?
Well, with our system, all we need is an item, a time frame, and maybe the last four of a card number, just something to go off of, and we search in our system for it.
And when you search in the system, once you find it in the system, how do you find it? What does it give you?
It gives you the time, the register number, and the item.
Okay, so it gives you the time, the register number, and the item. So here, did Oxford Police Department give you a time frame and a product?
Yes.
Okay, with the time frame, it would be safe to say between 6:30 and 7:15-ish on July 8th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to find the purchase of duct tape during that time?
Yes.
Okay. How many purchases of duct tape were made during that time?
It was only one.
So a single purchase?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to find footage of the register where that duct tape was purchased?
Yes.
Okay. And when you found that footage, did the police find the suspect that they were looking for?
Yes.
They indicated to you that that was Timothy Herrington.
They said that was the suspect they were looking for.
I said that's the suspect they were looking for. All right. And you were able to pull that and provide it to them.
Yes.
And once they did that, once they found the register footage, were you then also able to follow that person around the store?
Yes.
So on July 8th, 2022,
Good
you were able to
morning,
follow,
Susie.
the person who bought the single duct tape around the Walmart from 6:30 to 7:15, sometime in there.
Yes.
Okay. And before you came in today, did you have an opportunity to review that footage?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Before you get marked, if you don't mind.
It's marked for ideas, states 1449, I believe,
49.
and it's just been entered in Texas.
That's 49. We did it. That's a video.
And is there a particular, we were talking about this footage. Is there a particular player that it has to be played in?
Yes. Windows Media Legacy Player.
Okay. If you don't play it, Windows Media Legacy Player, what happens?
You either get an error message or the video is not shown correctly.
And so is the time and date stamp on that footage correct?
Yes.
And it's if you play it, you have to play it with the correct player.
Yes.
And I believe you were saying to me something about Walmart having an encoding system, or explain that.
Yeah. So with our video system, they have a certain encoder that they use so that not everyone can just take our video and use it somewhere else without their permission.
And that's why it has to be played in legacy player,
Yes.
or I guess the within player for it.
Yes.
Okay. I'm handing the witness what has now been marked for ID as State's Exhibit 50. Mr. Pittman, do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the receipt for the purchase of that, the single purchase of that duct tape from July 8th, 2022 at 6:49 a.m.?
Yes.
And at this time, I've moved to enter into evidence the receipt.
All right. That's it. Other than you got that now.
Oh, Your Honor, may I publish the jury? And Mr. Pittman, is that the receipt that I just showed you?
Yes.
And the time stamp right here, July 8th, 2022 at 6:49:07?
Yes.
And that would be the accurate time of that day?
Yes.
Okay. Brief indulgence. No further questions, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Have a good day. All right, next week it's gonna be longer. Yes, please. All right, let's just take a short break. Yeah.
So far, it is just, yeah, we have, yeah, Susie. So far, we have a wheelbarrow. I've never said that word right. And duct tape to add to the mystery. And a whole lot of witnesses who don't have a whole lot to say. Let's see if I can go ahead and move this along also. Did they say we're going on lunch or just a break? So I'm not sure if they said a lunch or a break, but I know on the first day I was going, this kid shouldn't be worried of Rochelle and me had different opinions on that one. Because she was like, in this state, I wouldn't want to be sitting that defendant. I wouldn't want to be sitting there as a defendant. But I was thinking he had nothing to worry about now. It's sad because I think he might have a lot to worry about. Okay, let's try. I'm gonna go ahead and use my slide. There we go.
Mr. Creekmore, y'all about ready for your witness? See if the jury is getting close to ready. We got to okay, wait, don't get us up a witness. You got 10. We won't start without you.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, Rochelle. Hi, Leah. How are you today?
All right, show the jury in.
Okay, so Irene could hear me. Hello, Leah, my friend. How are you?
All right, who the state calls as the next witness?
This time the state calls Tyson King.
Who's that now?
Tyson King.
Right this way.
All these young men are very well dressed.
May I proceed?
Mr. King, please introduce yourself to the jury.
Tyson King,
And do you know the defendant, Timothy Herrington?
I do.
And how do you know him?
We met at a camp here at Ole Miss after our junior year of high school, and then we also had a moving company together.
Okay. If you could, you said moving company together. When did you all have that moving company together?
It started right after, well, during the pandemic, so in the summer of 2020.
Yeah.
And when you say a moving company, was that here in Oxford, Mississippi?
It was here in Oxford, Mississippi, but we also did the surrounding areas too.
Okay. So tell me, what sorts of, you said a moving company, like you move people to dorms and businesses? Explain that.
So our moving company, we just move people from either, well, here in Oxford, it would just be from like a one apartment to another apartment. And then if we had anything outside the city, it would be from one location to the next. So just all their belongings.
And typically, was it you and Timothy who did moves together?
Yes, but we also did hire outside help.
So you and Tim would sometimes hire outside help. Under what situations would you do that?
Typically if me or Tim wasn't readily available to do the move, we would hire outside help. Or if we had more than, let's say we had multiple moves that day, and we know we had a list of them, knowing, because we would typically do them. So if we knew that we couldn't do it all by ourselves, we would typically hire somebody.
So, so I understand. Typically, the two of you could do it if you could do it alone. If you could do it alone.
Yes, just depending on the size of the move.
But if you weren't available, or if he wasn't available, you all would hire somebody else, so you could still have a two-man job.
Correct.
And then if you had big moves or multiple moves, the two of you would hire a third person.
3 or more, just depending on how big the move.
So I want to go back to July 8th, 2022. Were you in Oxford that day?
I was in Hattiesburg that morning, and I came back to Oxford that afternoon.
And did you and Tim have any moves scheduled that day?
Not.
And usually, did you both know if you had moves scheduled?
Yes,
And who had keys to the box truck?
we both had a key.
So did anyone else have a key?
No.
So just you and Tim had keys.
Yes.
And have you seen that box truck? Where is it now?
I have absolutely no idea.
Who took the box truck from you?
Oxford Police Department,
So the police seized the box truck.
to my knowledge,
Oh, well, did they take it in front of you?
they did
Okay.
pretty forcibly.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Forcibly. I'm just going to do a quick test. Can you hear me right now?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. Or I can hear you.
Mr. King, please look through these photos. I'm handing the witness what's marked as State's Exhibit 51. And do you recognize what those are photos of?
Yes, it's the box truck that we had.
Your Honor, I'd like to enter into evidence, State Exhibit 51, the photos of the box truck of,
Picture box. Okay. That's just one picture or multiple pictures?
What?
4 pictures.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
Right, you may. That's composite 51, though, right?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm showing the witness, what's in evidence now is State's Exhibit 51. Mr. King, can you see that in front of you? It's showing up?
Yes,
Okay. Is that the photo of your box truck? Is that a photo of your box truck?
it is.
Okay. And this box truck, when you all decided to start a moving company, how did y'all get this box truck?
So we got the box truck. So we had been in business for 3 years at the time, and we got the box truck going into the 3rd year of business. And I think his grandfather found the box truck And then once we decided that we were gonna get it, I'm pretty sure his grandfather paid for it in cash, and I just gave him my half of it.
So Tim Herrington's family was able to find the box truck and you all split the cost.
Correct.
Okay. And want to point to a little sort of diamond on the side of the box truck.
Okay.
See that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the distinctive mark of your box truck?
Yes.
I mean, oh, I'm just gonna approach this. Mark for identification and second for that.
No objection.
No objection.
These are all been admitted. Is this a different picture?
This is a different picture.
Okay, go ahead.
Handing the witness what has now been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 52. Mr. King, you recognize that photo from when I showed it to you earlier?
Yes,
Okay. And do you recognize the box truck driving in the photo?
I do.
Okay. That was an accurate representation of your box truck?
Yes.
All right, may I publish to the jury?
Okay.
Mr. King, do you see that date up in the corner, July 8th, 2022?
I do.
And the time at 6:57:41?
Yes.
On July 8th, 2022, at 6:57:41, where were you?
In Hattiesburg.
And when I just had this up there with you, is that the box truck you're referring to as your box truck?
Yes.
And were you driving that box truck on that day?
I was not.
And who was the only other person that had keys?
Timothy Herrington.
And do you see Timothy Herrington sitting in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you describe what he's wearing?
He has on a navy blue suit and a red and blue tie with a white shirt.
All right. Oh, record shall reflect. The defendant has been identified by stipulation.
Brief indulgence. Your Honor, I attend to the witness.
Cross-examination? Okay.
Morning, Mr. King. How you doing?
I'm good. How about yourself?
Doing fine. I want to take you back to the time that you previously testified to around July the 8th. You testified that you were in Hattiesburg. Is that correct?
Correct.
Had you talked to Mr. Herrington that day?
On the 8th? No, I don't believe so.
What about the 7th?
Yes.
What was the basis of that conversation?
We had done a previous move a couple of days prior, and they left some screws or something with us, and he texted me about the screws to try to return them to the person that we had moved.
Okay, where were those screws located?
In the box truck.
And at that point in time, the box truck was parked where?
At the links.
That's where you lived?
Correct.
At the time?
Correct.
Okay.
Where is that?
The links is an apartment complex here.
And I believe you testified a moment ago that in regards to the box truck, how y'all acquired it was that Mr. Harrington's grandfather purchased the box truck, correct?
Correct.
You reimbursed Mr. Harrington's grandfather for your portion of the box truck.
Correct.
And testified that you and Mr. Harrington were one of the people that had keys to the box truck.
Correct.
Tell me a little bit about your usage of the box truck. Was this a primary vehicle or a secondary vehicle?
Secondary vehicle.
Were there ever any instances in which you relied on the box truck as the primary means of transportation?
I think it was February of 2022. I was in a car accident and I didn't have a car at the time, and I would from time to time use the box truck to get back and forth.
And that's why you were a student at Ole Miss?
Correct.
So from February up until about what time frame was the box truck your primary means of transportation?
I wouldn't say it lasted long. Maybe
Fair to say a couple months.
I'd say probably like more so a couple weeks to a month.
Okay, and when you were using that box truck as your primary means of transportation, you didn't notify Mr. Harrington every time you got in that box truck to drive around?
I wouldn't say that I did.
Okay, it's fair to say that Herrington, wanted to use the box truck, he wouldn't have to necessarily notify you every time. Is that fair statement?
You could say that.
Testified earlier that when DA's office showed you a picture of the box truck, that it was seized from you pretty forcibly. What do you mean by that?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
I didn't hear the question anyway. It was,
You testified earlier that the box truck was taken from him pretty forcibly. I'm just trying to figure out.
Is this judge not paying attention? I didn't hear the question anyway.
Do you recall that day when it was taken from you?
I do.
What happened on that day?
I was in the middle of a move and I received a couple of no caller ID phone calls. And once I answered those phone calls, it was what they told me were that they were detectives at the time. And I was bombarded with questions about where the truck was. And so at the time, I just told them that I wouldn't, have any problems answering any questions that they wanted to, but I wanted to, have a lawyer present. And maybe not even a minute after that phone call, I was surrounded by police and they just came and took me out the truck, detained me.
Wow.
Had me out in broad daylight, about 30, 40 minutes. And it's the last time I saw the truck.
Objection, Your Honor, to relevance.
what's your objection for the record?
Brief indulgence, Your Honor. When you came in contact with law enforcement that day, they interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
Where did that take place?
I'm not sure exactly where it was, but it was like, I'm assuming like where they usually take people to interview them.
Back to yours and Mr. Herrington's moving business. Were you ever a part of any moves to Grenada or in the Grenada area with Mr. Harrington?
Yes.
And it'd be fair to say that you're familiar with Mr. Harrington's grandfather and his family and their rental properties that they had, correct?
Correct.
It'd be fair to say that if Mr. Harrington came and got the truck, took it to Grenada, were you ever involved in any of those trips other than moving trips?
Yes.
Doing work for his grandfather, things of that nature. You're involved in those things, correct?
Correct.
There were instances in which you weren't involved. Is that fair to say?
I would assume so.
Earlier, you testified
Okay.
King, I'm gonna hand you the document. Draw your attention to line 53 over here. And if you'll go over a few columns, do you recognize that phone number right there? Can you identify that number?
I don't know the number.
Well, let me ask you another question. Can you identify the number
Oh,
underneath that? Right?
yes, that's my number.
Okay, and what is that phone number?
You want me to say my phone number?
Objection, Your Honor. Since recognizes number, I don't think we should have to say his phone number out.
Oh, yeah, yeah, no problem. Okay, and we'll draw your attention to.
I would ask that the record, if you're not gonna, don't want to say his phone number, give some kind of identifier on it anyway, so the record will be clear as to what number we're talking about anyway.
The last 4 digits of that number, you recognize those as being your cell phone number, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you recognize that message that was sent to you to that number?
Correct.
Okay. And what does that message say?
Says Emily need those screws tomorrow.
Okay. And the next entry would be a message from your phone number with those last digits being 6909.
Correct.
And what does that message say?
I left them at Love House. You're gonna have to go get them. I'm in Hattiesburg.
And is that reference in the conversation that previously testified that you, Mr. Herrington, had on the 7th?
Correct.
of July 2022?
Correct.
Reading over, John. Let me ask you this question, Mr. King. In between July 8th and the date in which you were apprehended by Oxford Police Department interviewed, did you and Mr. Herrington happen to go on, have any moves together?
You said together? I believe we had one move together between
Oh,
them.
that was.
I wouldn't tell you, I couldn't tell you an exact date, but I believe it was maybe a week before he was arrested.
Okay. So that would have been somewhere in between July the 12th and July the 20th, or excuse me, the 22nd, in that time period.
Yes.
Y'all remember talking about that move?
Talking about the move?
Scheduling it?
Yeah.
Y'all corresponded with each other about the move during that time frame?
Correct.
Correct. Nothing further, John.
All right. You may cross, you may redirect.
Mr. King, you mentioned that you lived at the Links. At the time, that's the apartment complex.
Correct.
And it's located here in Oxford, Mississippi.
Yes, ma'am.
Where is it located?
If you're going towards Batesville, I've lived here so long and I still don't know the streets or the highways.
Sort of like going back towards Batesville.
Yeah, going towards Batesville, yeah.
Okay, and what about in relation to Walmart? Is it close to Walmart?
I would say it's probably like maybe 4 or 5 minutes from Walmart.
So it's about a 4 to 5 minute trip from the Links to Walmart, right?
Correct.
And at the time of this, before you went to Hattiesburg, the truck was parked at the Links, correct?
Correct.
On cross just now, you testified that you all could go get the truck without each other if you wanted to, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you didn't always tell each other when you were going to get the truck, right?
Can you rephrase that question?
Of course. If you needed the truck, did you always tell Tim Herrington that you needed the truck?
I would say more times than not.
And did he do that for you as well?
I would assume so.
But when it came to moves,
Oh,
did you all tell each other about the moves?
correct.
So if y'all had a move, you all would inform each other.
Correct.
Is that because you were business partners in this company together, moving company?
Correct.
The box truck was seized from you. Would it be fair to say July 26th? Does that make it sound good? 2022?
It sounds right.
So, and earlier, You said you've never received it back, right?
I have not.
So between July 8th, which you said you only haven't moved that day, and July 26th, did you have moves?
Yes.
Did you have multiple moves?
Yes.
And it was, that's the summer, right?
Correct.
So is that one of your busiest seasons?
It is. It's peak moving season.
Brief and no further questions. Sir.
May this witness be finally excused?
Yes, Your Honor, I say.
Thank you for being here, Mr. King. You're free to go, or you're welcome to stay. Whenever when you like, okay? Everybody good on
I've
the jury?
never heard that one before.
All right,
Pulling
go
hens
to state
teeth.
knowledge of the next witness.
That's funny.
Sure, why not? We've come this far. Let's take a short break, though. Let's make the key short anyway, okay?
And we have a short break. Michelle, what are you thinking? Because this is going so ridiculous. Like, all of these witnesses today are driving me nuts.
I'm gonna have to get you a new mic or something because you come in quiet and then it's just poof.
Yeah, Michelle's getting me a new mic.
I can't believe these are state witnesses, for one. They sound like they're defense witnesses. And this guy, I actually liked him because he was like, yeah, they took it from me forcefully, I might add.
Yeah. They actually detained him and like surrounded him.
But here's my question, because they might have owned the box truck, but it's actually property of their business. So they should have, what it would have been here is they would have done their investigations on the box truck, and then it would have legally had to be released to the other owner of the property, because it's classed as property of a business.
Right.
Okay, so Irene says, Rochelle, Jamie doesn't seem loud on our end. Same level as you, just saying. Okay, perfect. Well, it must be my speakers. They must just catch her the right way. But they don't come across to me as state witnesses. The gentleman that lives across the road from the Herringtons, he really, when the defense started asking him questions and then the state redirected, I was like, why is the state badgering their own witness?
Yeah, that was confusing. Ada Leah says, I'm confused. Worst I've ever seen.
Yeah. But I would assume he should have had his property for his business back by now. That's shocking.
Yeah, Susie says they must have found evidence if state still has it. Blood, maybe.
Yeah, but then they what they would do here is if they found blood, they would take umpteen dozen pictures, get all their samples, have their rulers with their pictures with the blood, where it was, everything, but would have to, in a reasonable time, release it back to the property, the business.
Here, the evidence, or like say a house, a truck, whatever it is, doesn't have to be released until after a trial and the judge signs it to be released. That's what happened even in the Craig Lewis, when they were up there and he was found not guilty. They sat there and said, can he have his property back now?
Yeah, but that's the difference. That's what I'm saying. I understand when it's individual, but this is for a business. That's what I'm saying. If it was individual here, it'd be the same as Craig Lewis. You'd be fighting to get your property back. But because it would be classed here, yes, there's owners of it and there's owners of the business, but that is actually property of a business, not personal property.
Right. And
That's what I'm
yeah,
saying. Craig,
like,
Craig
but
Lewis,
here, I was only using Craig Lewis as an example because here it doesn't matter. The state has it until it is released after a trial, usually.
Yeah,
Now, don't get me wrong though. It's not like they can seize a say 7-Eleven and keep it for years or anything. But when it comes to like a vehicle or something like that, they're gonna seize it. They're gonna take it, and you're gonna have to ask for it back after the trial, usually.
yeah, but again, that would be wrong because they're not a brick and mortar business. That truck is actually
Right.
their
No,
storefront.
no, I understand that. But it's also the South. Who knows? Maybe it's because these are young black gentlemen.
See, now I know people keep saying that. And I've been watching this trial very closely. And I've been watching the judge and paying pretty good attention to how he speaks to a white person and how he speaks to a black person. And he's not showing any difference. So I think I hate to say it, but I've even seen it in other channels where they're really making this more so about race than what happened.
Oh, no, because what I'm saying by that is I'm not talking about this judge and that. I'm talking about the police having the way they seize the truck and those kind of things. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but that would not state, oh, they're not going to get it back even though it's a business because they're black, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I just don't know. I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm saying I don't know how it works over there. So,
but that's why I was just wondering, like, if you can't even say if it's a United States law because every state has their own laws. It's like every state, it's their own country inside a country. It's really shocking.
hello, Paul.
Hey, Paul, how are you? It's really because here it's Canadian law is Canadian law, right? But and I like how they differ here. Like if it was if it was the criminal's personal item, I wouldn't fast forward it.
I was just looking.
Yeah.
I'm not doing anything. I was just looking to see how long it was for their break.
He said it was just going to be a quick one. We'll catch up too fast if we.
Yeah. No. I'm not. Trust me. I'm not. I just wanted to see how long it was.
Somebody's criminal's personal items. My God, you'd be lucky if you ever got it back.
Yeah,
Here.
Rochelle. Why were you yelling at me earlier?
I wasn't yelling at you. If you read the text, you would have seen
I
that.
did. I'm just playing with you, Rochelle, because it was funny because Irene was like, even Irene at first was asking, why are you yelling at Jamie?
No, I had a paint issue.
That's
And
so funny.
I didn't realize I was on mic and I'm like, no.
Hot mic.
Yeah, the baby, like my daughter kid is here, and so I had picked up the baby and had to double check. I looked at my thing really quickly. I'm like, oh crap, but I was muted. So it was just
Oh, this case
All right,
is baffling. There we go.
Torres, you had something you want to bring court's attention?
Yes, Your Honor. I draw the court's attention back to Ripley when we had the hearing on the search warrant.
Oh, absolutely. No
And during
racism here. Paul.
cross-examination,
No, I was saying other
came to
channels.
light
have seen it.
that there had been some continued criminal investigation since the indictment from law enforcement officers, some searches that had taken place And my understanding was, the court can correct me if I'm wrong.
I told them to tell you what they were and when they were.
Um,
I told them to tell you what they searched for and when, I told them to tell you what they've done since then anyway.
That's right. Your Honor, in addition, they did, in fact, Mr. Creekmore gave me in an email, a text of where they searched, the locations. I think there were 2 locations, I believe. One here in Oxford and one down in Grenada. But I thought I was going to get a report with some information of who did those searches and stuff like that. So I did not get any of that. I'm not faulting Mr. Creekmore. He said he gave me what he had. But
One second. I'm
I'm
going to pause.
gonna ask the state to get somebody working.
Jamie, I
on
need you to
more
pause it
detail,
for 1 sec.
Prior.
Okay. I think people are taking me the wrong way on this. Race touches everything. It's naive and trite to say it doesn't, in my opinion. I am not saying racism is not part of this. I am not saying that. It is not what I was saying. What I was saying is that I've seen in other channels where it's all they're talking about is race. This whole thing is on race. I was making an observation about the judge and how I have noticed, which is a good thing to notice, this older gentleman not treating people differently. And I'm impressed by that. And like I said, in other channels, I'm hearing, oh, it's Mississippi. He's just going to burn. They're just going to burn. They're just going to do this and all that. I was the first one when we started this to say, this poor young lad sitting in that seat. I'm not saying one so bit that I don't think that there could be. I was even the one that pointed out it's quite hilarious how they chose that woman to be the lead on the prosecutor's table because she's a black woman. So not once am I saying, oh no, I know you weren't disagreeing with me, Irene. I know I want to clear up what I was saying because I know somebody might pop in, might be on rewind and hear it and think that I'm like, oh, it shouldn't be about yeah, it shouldn't be about race. It should be about facts in evidence. But as we see in this case, facts and evidence are way, way different than what they should be. So that's all I'm saying. I just wanted to clear it up that I'm not saying it shouldn't be about that. I'm not saying that there's not a tinge of that or any of that. I'm just saying that I was impressed how I noticed the judge. And
Right.
I just want to clear that up because you could say the wrong thing and someone could take it the wrong way and it could start a whole, oh, Susie, I've got to run to pack store to grab weekend supplies in a bit. Have they gone to lunch yet? I know we're on delay. Not yet.
Yeah, we haven't gone to lunch, or we haven't come up to their lunch yet.
Yeah, Megs Markle uses it more than anyone. Absolutely.
Yes, she does.
All right, guys. Jamie's going to start back. I'm going to shut up. I just wanted to clear that up.
Detailed.
It represented to me that there was no evidentiary value resulting from the searches.
I believe the testimony was at that time that they were continuing to search for a body and hadn't found it.
Right. Body and evidence.
But I would.
I just like to have.
I would like somebody from the state to be working on find out what agency has performed searches, where they were searching for, and where they were searching at, and what they were searching for, and what if anything's been found.
And I don't think they've done anything else other than those 2 things, according to Mr.
I'm going to direct that be done. Okay. Before we bring the jury in, I think it's going to. I don't know who the next witness is, but sometime probably today or tomorrow there's going to be, I suspect, law enforcement witnesses that we took up late at the jury had been released yesterday about the procedure when the defense was cross-examining those witnesses, particularly about crime lab submissions and returns from those submissions, and generally what was not found instead of what was found. And when I sat out there and set it up here, it was judges handled it different about once I'm going to allow you to cross-examine the witnesses about what was and was not found based on a crime lab report. But whether ultimately that crime lab report will be able to be admitted into evidence to go back to the jury or not. Judges handle it both ways back when I was out there and set up here, and I'd like to know what the right answer is. So if y'all won't get to somebody spinning the wheel trying to figure out the correct answer to that question, I would like to know that answer anyway. All right. Who would you take? Let's go. Everybody ready? If everybody ready, show the jury in. I do know it's 11:32. Time has gotten away from me this morning. I didn't realize it's that late. How long a witness you got?
We'll have to take a break during his
All
testimony.
right, we'll go till somebody rings the lunch bell. Whenever lunch gets delivered, let us know and we'll take a break shortly thereafter. I don't want y'all eating cold beans if you haven't eaten beans for lunch. You want to eat them hot. Who would you call your next witness?
Shane Fortner.
Shane Fortner. Somebody bring this forward. Proceed.
Tell us who you are.
I'm Shane Fortner,
All right, what do you do?
the Emergency Management Director for the City of Oxford.
All right, what is that? What are your duties and responsibilities?
Duties and responsibility are keep up with anything weather-related, respond to any natural disasters or man-made disasters in the City of Oxford.
All right, how long you been doing that?
A little over 2 years.
Prior to that position, what were you doing?
I was the lieutenant for the Oxford Police Department Criminal Investigation Division.
All right. Back in July of 2022, what was your title with Oxford Police Department?
A lieutenant.
All right. So how long were you lieutenant?
Between a year and 2 years. I'm not sure exactly how long.
About 2 years.
Yes, sir.
And just tell the jury what your duties and responsibilities as lieutenant at OPD entailed.
So my role was to supervise the Criminal Investigation Division, manage the budget for that division, also the personnel, any active investigations that would go on, I would be involved with.
All right. I want to direct your attention to July of 2022.
Okay.
When did you first become aware of a missing person involving Jay Lee?
I was first advised of this on July 10th. I became aware of Mr. Jimmie J. Lee missing from the University Police Department, or from Ole Miss, and it was an investigation by the University Police Department.
Okay. And how would you have been made aware?
I don't remember exactly how I was made aware, but after I reached out to Captain Jane Mahan with the University Police Department and offered any assistance they may need.
All right. Was she over that part of the UPD's investigation?
Yes, at that time, I believe she was the captain over investigations.
All right. So you reached out to her and offered any assistance, resources from OPD.
Yes,
what happened after that?
So later on that day, I reached back out to her just to see if they still needed assistance. She had then informed me that they believed the student was off campus. So at that point in time, we discussed OPD getting involved. So I reached out to Detective Ryan Baker and Detective Mike Burks and asked them to respond to the University Police Department to meet with their investigations and get a brief on the case.
All right. They got briefed by UPD. They report back to you?
Yes, sir. I went to the Criminal Investigation Division that night and waited for Oxford Police Department and waited on them to return. And they briefed me once they returned on what they found out.
All right. So July 10th, you're notified. What happened the next day? You sent the two investigators over there, Mike Burks and Ryan Baker?
Yes, sir. So the next day, July 11th, Oxford PD and University PD investigators met at the Oxford Police Department Criminal Investigation Division at 10 Industrial Park Drive, and both departments briefed on the case.
All right. Now, what was going on with you at that time?
At that time, actually, on the 10th, had started becoming sick, so I did not go to engage with anybody. Tried to stay away. On the 11th, while they actually briefed out in the bullpen area, I stayed in my office not to pass on any sickness I may have.
Thought you might be contagious, so you
I did.
limited your contact?
Say it one more time, sir.
You thought you might be contagious, so you limited your contact with the
Absolutely.
investigators? But that was between UPD and OPD?
Yes, sir.
All right. And at the time, they knew that Jay Lee was missing, and had they gathered the footage from Campus Walk Apartments where Jay Lee lived?
Yes, sir. I believe they had.
All right, so you were aware that they knew that he had left the apartment in the
Yes, sir.
early morning hours of July 8th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Do you know approximately what time that was that showed Jay Lee leaving the apartment? And I represent to you that it's already in evidence.
I don't know the exact time. I do know he comes back to his apartment, from what I recall, and then he leaves. I'm not sure of the exact times, no, sir.
Approximately 5:58 a.m.
Yes, sir.
That sound about
That
right?
would sound about right.
Okay. Yeah, I like that there. That's fine. All right. What happened after that?
Later on July 11th, I went to seek medical treatment to see what was wrong. Ended up coming down with the flu and had to leave, take leave of absence.
Leave of absence. You were out of commission for several days.
Yeah, the rest of that week, yes, sir.
The rest of that week, were you still being updated on any developments?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And then when you reported back for duty, what happened personally for you?
So when I returned back, on July 20th to the Oxford Police Department Criminal Investigation Division, and was updated on the case, and then more development started to occur at that time.
All right. So when you reported back, what happened?
So on July 20th, detectives were able to get into the Snapchat information for Jay Lee and recover that data, and were able to view messages between Jay Lee and a red eye _24.
Okay. Now, when you say investigators, we've heard testimony from Ben Douglas. Was he working with your investigator, Ryan Baker, on that social media and the access that they had through the university's passwords for Jay Lee?
Yes, he was. Both of them were actively working on this.
All right. Were you aware that Ben Douglas had actually gained access to Jay Lee's personal accounts?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And that they were able to see some messages coming in on his Snapchat that came from a red eye _24.
Yes, sir. For one, I recall, they were able to see the messages coming in from red eye _24, but they were not able to see the messages that Jay Lee had sent.
And that was on July the 20th?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other developments that day?
No, sir, none that I recall.
All right. What happened after that?
July 21st, we were able to determine that red eye _24 was in fact a male identified as Timothy Herrington.
And if you could just briefly describe to the jury your understanding of how they identified the account of red eye _24 as Tim Herrington.
So from my recollection, they were able to go through Google accounts and different variations of that to actually get back that red eye _24 was Tim Herrington. As far as the full process of how they did each step, I don't know how exact each step goes.
All right. So within that, the conversations that they were observing in Jay Lee's Snapchat, what was the information contained in those messages significant?
It was because, as I stated previously, we could see what red eye _24 was sending. We didn't know what Jay Lee was sending, but what red eye was sending to Jay Lee was, in fact, asking this individual to come over.
All right. So were you aware during that time frame of July 8th to this point in time of July 22nd that UPD had sent out on social media publicly asking for information concerning Jay Lee?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Were you aware at that time, July 22nd, that Khalid Fears had responded to that public request for information regarding Jaylee?
Yes, sir. I was, in fact, aware that Khalid Fears had called in and talked to the University Police Department.
And if you could tell the jury why it was significant, the information that he provided in that tip to the information you saw in that red eye conversation on Jaylee's Snapchat.
Yes, sir. So the information that Khalid Fears provided officers was that he was speaking.
Having sort of been gone through twice already, he didn't think this. He'll just summarize and provide that information. I don't want to get involved in a situation where like 2 or 3 different versions of what occurred.
Buddy, I'm gonna let him, let the state have some leeway and bring us up to speed on where we were on everything. So I'm gonna deny objection just at this time. The floor is open if you want, if that we get too far, okay?
Yes, sir.
Just briefly describe for the jury the significance of those 2 pieces of information, the tip from Khalid Fears and the red eye messages that were on Jaylee's Snapchat.
Yes, sir. So Mr. Fears reached out and he was stated that he had speaking with Jaylee over the phone the morning of the 8th, and he was going back to see someone that he had previously been in a going back to see someone he had previously met earlier. And so also Mr. Fears made mention that they were in some type of argument, and Mr. Fears knew that when he was talking to Jaylee, that he got into his car and drove to a location. He just did not know what that location was.
All right. So the timing of the messages on red eye Snapchat consistent with the timing of the call to Khalid Fears?
Yes, sir, they were.
And did you see the footage as part of your investigation of Jaylee leaving his apartment?
Yes, sir. He leaves a campus walk and drives off. Where his final destination was, we were not aware.
Do you recall whether he had his phone with him and appeared to be interacting with his phone on that video surveillance from campus walk?
Yes, yes. As he's leaving, it appears that he's in a conversation with someone.
And was that time frame consistent with Khalid Fears and the red eye Snapchat messages?
Yes, sir. It was.
Timelines.
Yes, sir.
Early morning hours of July 8th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. So after the significant, the break of identifying red eye _24 as Tim Herrington, what happened after that?
So officers were able to see, we were able to see that a male running out of Malabar Trails on July 21st, and that same male we got video from rockets, that same male coming down Malabar from the hill, and that same male getting into a white vehicle.
All right. Wow. You're back from being sick. Why were investigators with the Oxford Police Department looking at video footage from Malabar Trails?
So they were looking at video of footage from Malabar Trails because Jaylee's car enters the complex. So they were reviewing footage to see if they see anything that would give them a lead in the next step.
And I'm sorry, I didn't hear all of your response.
Yes, sir.
What did you say?
We were looking at video of Malabar Trails because Jimmie Jaylee's car went into Malabar Trails. So we were reviewing footage after that car went into Malabar Trails to determine.
How did you know Jaylee's car was at Malabar Trails?
Because we see video of it entering the
Now,
complex.
before that, before you had video, I think early on,
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this is witness.
I don't think he's leaving. He just raised his question.
right? Thank you, Your Honor. Prior to having video footage of Jaylee's car, how did ODD know that Jaylee's car was at Malabar Trails?
Because we were informed that it was towed by bandit towing from Malabar Trails.
All right. And what day was it towed?
I don't exactly know the exact date. Refer to my notes, see if I can find it.
Your Honor, for the record, I don't have objection to that testimony. I thought it was.
All right, I'm going to hand you what's already been received into evidence. Have you ever seen that exhibit 13? Is that 13? Exhibit 30. You seen that before?
Yes, sir, I have.
And is that the receipt from Bandit Towing where they towed the J. Lee's vehicle?
Yes, sir, Bandit Towing's right here in the top left corner notated.
All right. And the date on that?
The date on this is July the 8th, 2022 at 1:50 PM.
Okay. So, you know J. Lee's car is there. The footage that Oxford Police Department was looking at Molly Bar Trails was from what date?
Of July the 8th.
All right, so OPD is gathered all that footage and is looking through that. About how long did your investigators look through footage from Molly Bar Trails?
I don't know the exact.
July 8th, 2022.
From July 8th, 2022?
The footage from July 8th, 2022 at Molly Bar Trails.
So they reviewed the footage, and after the car comes in, they review the footage, and then approximately 9 minutes later, individual seen running out of Molly Bar Trails.
Okay. Was that significant?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Was it significant? Because of its significance, what did y'all do?
We watched the male as he got to Molly Bar Road, and then were able to determine that he turned right on Molly Bar Road. And then knowing that Rocket's gas station was down from there, we went down there and retrieved video footage.
All right. And from that footage, what did you observe?
We observed that same individual come through the intersection of Molly Bar Road and McElroy Road. He goes past the gas station behind what appears to be an 18-wheeler trailer, and then a white car that was going the same direction pulled into the gas station. That individual that was seen running out of Molly Bar Trails and down Molly Bar Road then gets into that white vehicle.
What did you do after you identified that white vehicle?
So
how did you identify that white vehicle?
So we looked at the car, zoomed in, tried to see if we found any descriptors on the car. The University Police Department was actually able to find that car later on. They're able to locate that car on July 22nd.
Okay. How did they locate that car?
It was parked at, they located it through, once they found the description of the car, they located a similar vehicle at Campus Walk.
Okay. All right. Did you say that it had a university sticker on it?
It had a Ole Miss tag and a university student decal on it.
All right. And were y'all able to find sufficient information from that?
We were able to match up the car from Rocket's video to the car that was seen in Campus Walk. At that point in time, we took the tag number of that car and put it in our report management system, and were able to identify that a traffic stop had occurred with that car on July 8th, shortly after the male seen him running out of Molly Bar Trails gets into that white car. And so we went into our the Oxford Police Department Axon evidence viewer to see the body cam footage of the officer that made that traffic stop. Once we reviewed the footage of that traffic stop, we're able to identify the driver as Keziah Carter, and the same male seen running out of Molly Bar Trails, running down Molly Bar Road that gets into that white car was seen in the passenger seat of that vehicle.
All right. So after that point, y'all were looking for Keziah Carter.
Yes, sir.
You're looking, can you describe for the jury how y'all were looking for Keziah Carter, and did you find him?
Yes, sir, we did. We were able to locate Keziah Carter. Once we located him, we brought him down to the Criminal Investigation Division, where he spoke to myself and Detective Baker. Keziah Carter, we showed him footage and asked him about, who the individual was that he picked up, and he identified that individual as Tim Herrington.
All right. So the day before, you had connected Red Eye _24 to Tim Herrington.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then how long was it from then until Keziah Carter, you're interviewing him, and he says the individual that was in the passenger seat with me was Tim Herrington?
It was the very next day.
All right. Do you know how many hours that was?
I don't know the actual hours. I would approximately put it in between 15 and 20 hours.
Now, at the time that you had connected Red Eye _24 with Tim Herrington, had you made a decision to go speak to Tim Herrington?
No, sir.
All right. But then after Keziah Carter identifies the person in that vehicle with him that we see on the Rockets video, what did you decide to do?
It was time to talk to Tim Herrington.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay, everyone. Give me 1 second. Just doing a little switch over here. So what's all your thoughts right now on what's going on? Here.
All right. Right there, if you were able to hear, y'all are talking about what?
Molly bar trails.
All right,
Oops. Went a little too far. Sorry, guys. Getting it to the lunch break here. That's what I got from it, Irene. So this guy isn't a cop, but investigates missing persons. I'm just going to put our speed up. There we go. Not much, sorry to say. I know. I've been listening, but we'll get past the lunch break. Oh, they must have lost their feed. It's I don't know, guys. This trial is one that I'm thinking, no, young man's not guilty. Next minute I'm thinking, yeah, he's guilty. I guess I just need to meet, like, there's no way he can be convicted just off of Snapchat. That would be ridiculous. Because I need to see that some kind of DNA evidence somewhere. They're having a hard time with their setup. Okay, we'll go back in. We'll get past the lunch hour.
I'm gonna let him oversee the copying of that. Mr. Maney, you said they provided you some kind of hard drive or something you could download it onto. I want you to be in charge of that. Them handling the documents and giving them back. You just get in charge of copying and returning them and returning the exhibits to the court reporter. Okay. All right. All right. Mr. Horman, is there going to be anything we need to take up before the jury comes back in?
Yes, sir. We need to make our initial record as the court's previous ruling on search warrants and statements.
Okay. Yes. We have it's going to take a minute. Ricky, if you would tell the jury that we're going to be just a little while, but I believe at some point let me back up here and bring us up to speed. Last Monday, we had a hearing on the suppression of the search warrant of Mr. Herrington's apartment, and I believe his laptop and phone and such as that. During the court, and I denied the motion to suppress those search warrant. During the time of that search warrant, there became a Miranda issue, and I believe at the conclusion of that, I asked to view what was Exhibit 4 to that hearing on Monday, the video in its entirety. I carried it home with me, viewed the video in the entirety, and contact y'all and let you know what the ruling was. I believe that I announced into a record at some point what that ruling was. There's been no written order found, because it's been bam, bam, bam. And but I believe that I have stated in the record my reasoning for finding for my findings. If I have, I don't want to do it again, because my memory would have been better. Well, my memory would have been better at that time than it would at this time. And I rely on that a statement into the record as to why I ruled the way I did. Can somebody refresh my memory? Did I make a record of that?
You did make a record, and I think you put it on the record again, acknowledging what the ruling was.
All right. Prior to me making that decision, this was all over the Thanksgiving holidays. I asked, each side submitted me some documents, a text message and emails, letters of what they think, and some arguments in writing that I considered in that. And I asked both parties to anything they wished to be considered, made a part of the record, for y'all to make that a part of the record, because I did consider that in my decision making. It's your own, at this point, it's your own fault if you happen anyway. So
Now, the DA's office filed a written response on the letterhead that was sent to the parties, Your Honor, and Brooke. And I did not copy the file on that. Okay.
I would like anything that was submitted to the court to
Did
help
he
the court
just
in making
put
its
his nose
decision
again?
be made a part of the court file. And I have repeatedly told the parties that I'll give you an opportunity to make a record, because most of what we done was not on the record. And now it'd be a good time as any to each side make a brief statement as to what their objection was in response thereto. Okay.
All right. Mr. Dagnall is going to argue or reiterate our position that I believe that we put in the record in Ripley.
I don't know that it. I think it might have been, but a little bit, but I'll give you opportunity to expand on that today.
Yes. Your Honor, I drafted a motion in limine, and I probably need to talk about this afterwards. I just want the court to be aware of the fact, and the state to be aware of the fact that I drafted a motion in limine, did not file it as to the actual statement that I anticipate that the state will attempt to introduce includes a portion.
You're talking about the pre-handcuff statements or what?
Video.
The video is pre-handcuff statements?
No, Your Honor, the video of the custodial interrogation at the police department, or wherever they took it.
After that, I have not seen that video.
Okay. Well,
What?
Oh, okay.
No,
I've only seen the video at the department. It's the only video I've seen with Mr. Herrington. I've made no rulings on
that.
On any police department interrogation.
I just want to let the court know, should the court find that that interrogation is admissible, which I don't represent, there would be any other ruling on that statement.
I've not been asked to, but if I will, okay. Go ahead.
The video has a portion of it at the conclusion where Mr. Herrington invokes his right to counsel. Motion in limine would be to redact that portion.
That will, if the rest of it comes in, that is generally redactable anyway. I haven't making no rules on it, but if I do let the rest of it in, that will be redacted.
The motion limited that I originally had, but also to redact the conversation between Fears and Shane Fortner makes representations about some of the information that Fears provided to them, to Mr. Herrington. You've already ruled that's admissible, but to the extent that that statement comes in, we would object to that portion of it. I don't expect it to be redacted based on the court's previous rulings. I just want to object to that part of it, if that makes sense. My only redaction is going to be the invocation of the right to counsel.
All right, that will be granted if it becomes relevant, okay? But have you made all the record you want to on the Miranda issue, or go ahead, Mr. Dagnall.
Yes, Judge, just briefly. As of course, where we had our suppression hearing, and then afterwards we supplemented our arguments via email, and just for purposes of putting that on the record, Judge, during the course of the suppression hearing, based on the court's rulings, on the Miranda issue. As far as it related to the Herrington interview that occurred as a department, just so we be clear on this, there was essentially two portions of the interview. The court made the distinction of basically a
pre-handcuff and post-handcuff.
Pre-handcuff and post-handcuff, Judge. And the distinction was made between that because the purpose of the pre-handcuff portion of the interview, detectives came in to interview Mr. Herrington. They had already secured search warrants for the apartment, for the seizure of various items in the apartment, and for the lock audit at that time. And based on the Hunt v. State case, our position was that the analysis of Miranda was based on the totality of circumstances as contemplated by Hunt. And some of the factors to consider there are the number of officers present, the amount of force that's in use, whether or not the individual is able and free to go of their own free will, factors like that. Judge, our position is, while fully understanding the court's distinction between the pre and post handcuff, is that even the pre-handcuff portion of the interview should have been considered custodial due to the nature in which it was conducted, having the search warrants already produced, ready to be acted upon. The fact that despite what officers may have said, clearly Mr. Herrington was not free to go. He was at that point considered the only real suspect being investigated in this case. They had already had officers, aside from the two that were present during the course of the interview, there were multiple officers stationed around the apartment complex, down at the vehicle in the stairwell, and on the opposite side of the stairwell. Clearly, Mr. Herrington would not have been free to go to gather his devices, hop into his vehicle, and leave based on totality of what was about to happen, despite the fact that it hadn't happened at that time. In spite of that, in addition to that argument, Judge, the specific request that was made of Mr. Herrington at the time of that interview occurred approximately at noon on July 22nd, 2024, during the course of 2022, during the course of that video that we watched, in about a 15-minute time frame during that interview. During that time, Detective Fortner explicitly told Mr. Harrington that the purpose of their investigation was to try and talk to people who may have had some of the last connections with Mr. J. Lee, and that they were just trying to cross people off their list, get a little statement from them. In conjunction with that, they were asking to view text message or other message-related phone data, messages and things like that, with the exact language that he used, text messages or anything like that from around the time frame he went missing, referring to J. Lee going missing sometime in the early morning of July 8th, 2022. That was a very limited request and a limited scope of what it is the officers were asking at that time. Admittedly, Mr. Harrington gave them permission to view his phone based on the limited request that was asked of him by the officers.
Let me interrupt you just 1 second anyway. Or direct this to the state. Is has the state or doesn't take a state attempt to introduce evidence or testimony outside that time frame, around other than what time they're around that Mr. Harrington went missing? Does that make any sense? He's made a distinction about, he's asked for information around the time Mr. Harrington went missing. Is there anything before that the state intends to interview?
I don't know right off the top of my head. There may be, but I will say this. As part of the response to the motion, in that phone dump, Mr. Harrington provides.
I'm gonna give you a chop of that. But I just had a very.
That was outside the time scale.
Okay, go ahead. All right, go ahead.
And that's exactly correct. And that was not part of the hearing. I believe that was supplemented in some of the emails that were done after the fact, because then the state, rather than making the argument that they had kind of a twofold argument, Judge, that first, and I believe what the court's ruling was that Mr. Harrington gave them complete and unfettered consent to the entire contents of his phone. And that's just not supported by the video evidence of the interrogation, because it was a very clearly limited request for a limited scope to view those records in a limited time frame. And the other materials that were found on the phone were not considered within this time frame that they were searching at the time. Then after that, aside from the argument that the consent was a complete unfettered consent to the full contents of the phone, the state also argued that because, and I believe this was not the record, this was the supplementary portion, is that because there was a text message contained somewhere else in the phone during a different unrelated time frame from the request that was made of him at that time, he had sent the password to his computer, so that the contents of the computer would then fall under the inevitable disclosure doctrine. this is an important distinction and argument because as it was clear on the video, and it's clear by the issuance of the search warrant for the computer that did not exist until the 25th of July, based on the body camera footage that has been reviewed, you can clearly see an officer, I believe who was with ABC, typing away, accessing this computer after Mr. Herrington had been placed in handcuffs and was directed to turn over his passwords after being told that they had a search warrant for them. As far as the inevitable discovery goes, Judge, it's clearly not inevitable discovery as to the password because during the course of that hearing, Detective Baker put on testimony that the evidence that they got by obtaining his passcodes was incriminating and that it was paramount to their investigation because without the passwords, it would have taken them years to break into the computer using whatever extrapolation or extraction methods that they would ordinarily introduce. His own testimony showed that they had to have the passwords for the phone and the laptop that's recorded. That was the testimony that was provided during the course of this hearing on the 25th in Ripley. So the fact that making the argument on the inevitable discovery doctrine is not applicable here, but it's still entirely not applicable because they had to have oppositions. They had to have the search warrants to get into the full contents, either device, because the consent, which we do admit that Mr. Herrington gave consent during his initial interview, but it was to a very specific, limited request for access to messages and things like that from the time period that Jay Lee was missing. So, Judge, we submit that any consent for the purpose to extend beyond that would have required a search warrant to go into them as to the phone records and the computer. And Judge, this is a copy of the email supplementation that I provided on behalf of the defendant, and I'd offer to add that into the record as far as it went to the hearing we had on the 25th.
Do y'all want this made an exhibit to this, the next numbered exhibit to this trial testimony? What's better for you? Is to go back and relate it back to that Monday a week ago hearing, or just I'm just gonna make it the next numbered exhibit?
Judge, I think that I would probably request, since the creation of these documents were directly after that hearing, that these be exhibits to supplement that hearing and not this trial.
That would make more sense. Working it out in practicality, I'm gonna do both.
Yes, Judge.
How about we do both?
Abundance of caution is always
abundance. Too much caution is better than. Let me.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Does either party? I've got two November 26, one from Horman and one from the district attorney's office. There's no objection. I'm going to ask that these be made, the Horman as the, I think my list of exhibits is on my desk back there. The Horman will be made as a next numbered exhibit for ID only in this trial, and then the state's supplement will be made as the following exhibit. And I'm going to ask you were there last Monday. Can you find some way to make these as exhibits to that as well? Can you put two stickers on them? All right. The Horman is going to be D54. I'm going to call it memo for Miranda of November 26. ID only. S55 is going to be memo from state 1126 Miranda. I remember the video that y'all asked me to look at, exhibit number 4. This may well be 5 and 6, but you just determine what the. Claire, would you pass these down to her? All right, I'll hear from the state.
As far as we disagree with characterization that it was for a limited time frame, and on the court recalls from the interview with Tim Herrington at the apartment on the 22nd, he opens his phone up and hands it to them. To me, that act is even more important than verbal. If you've got an iPhone today and you open it up and hand it to somebody, you're handing them everything. And included on that phone were passwords.
All right, I'm going to, court has previously announced this ruling. The video does, I have made a ruling before that once Mr. Herrington was placed in handcuffs, that was contested. His statements after that time were custodial interrogation. Any statements he made prior to being placed in handcuffs were non-custodial interrogation. The arguments about the number of officers, show of force, and things like that, the video will show that the officers went to great effort, including on the video, making other officers leave and get out of sight before they went into Mr. Herrington's apartment. The blinds were closed. There was no indication or any way, court doesn't feel any way that Mr. Herrington knew that there was any officer involved in his questioning other than the two officers there. And it was pretty much one officer doing all the talking. It was very low key, congenial, consensual court feels. It was non-custodial interrogation. I think whether a person is in custody or not in custody, I think would be in the mind of the detainee or thereof. And I don't see anything that indicates to Mr. Herrington that he was in custody at that time. And any statements he made prior to being put in handcuffs were non-custodial. Mr. Herrington did open his cell phone and hand it to the officers and say, here. Court believes that when he opened his phone and said here, and the officer spent many minutes looking at it, that he had consented to the search of his phone. There was no indication that he ever withdrew that consent from the search of his phone. Testimony has been that once that phone was accessed, first off, that the phone and the laptop were linked. Getting into one would get you into the other, and also the password for the computer was contained in the phone, and that would have led to its discovery. And that's going to be the court's ruling that there has that those not suppressing the contents of the phone or the computer. And I am finding that any statement made prior to Mr. Herrington being placed in handcuffs were non-custodial, and if offered to be admitted, I'll admit them. Is that something you're going to take up this offer or at this time or not?
Sorry?
Is the interview with Mr. Herrington at his apartment something that you're taking up with this officer today or not? All right, that's court ruling. I think everybody's made your record. Time will tell if I'm right or wrong. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, give me about a 2-minute break and I'll be right back.
I think Mr. Torres brought up some things about a motion in limine that pertains to the interview at CID, custodial.
Yes, I have ruled that the invocation of Mr. Herrington, I have not ruled on the admissibility of that document, of that video. I would say that in the event that I do admit that, if there's proper Miranda warnings given, that kind of thing, and if there's invocation of the attorney-client right to an attorney, that portion, his request for an attorney will be stricken anyway. We won't be able to ask that.
I would just point out for the court that there's full implications to that. This is the witness we were going to proffer that evidence through. We had the entire interview ready to be introduced.
Get ready, start.
And it would have, I just want to point out that would have been more efficient had it been brought up before the lunch hour, so we wouldn't be waiting on the.
We ran past efficiency about 9:15 on Tuesday morning. The court.
Do you understand?
I understand.
I'm waiting on that evidence to be modified pursuant to the court's order about, 10 minutes ago.
I do apologize. I really just thought about it. I had a written motion drafted that I was hoping to bring up before.
Whenever the motion was brought, whether it's contemporaneous or not, that's all right. But I think the law is pretty clear that should be redacted from the video whenever it takes place. And
I will ask the court's instruction on when that jump drive was brought to me. I'm assuming while I'm in the middle of my examination, continued examination with Mr. Portman, that they'll need.
Y'all, let's not, once it's brought, I want somebody from Mr. Horan's office to get with somebody from DA's office to say, hey, this one's good to go. That's how it's extracted anyway, okay?
I have a transcription of the statement, and I don't mind offering the transcription at the appropriate time, if he wants to, ID or something to allow.
At this point, get somebody, if you wish to introduce that video. I haven't ruled on its admissibility, but if you work on the assumption that it is admissible, get somebody to take that portion of the interview. And I don't know if that's the end of the interview, middle of the interview, or what anyway. I don't have any way to know, but I just know that it's not admissible. All right, somebody get to work on that. I'm gonna take a quick break and get talking back to this witness anyway. If everybody is ready, show the jury in. Huh? No, she must be in. Just not going to tell Ashley to show the jury in, please. Oh, okay, he'll be back. We won't start without him.
Let's read them step by
All right, yeah. All right, our witness is going to be right here, okay? About 3 o'clock, I'll be ready for a Coke. If y'all are too, y'all let me know, okay? All right, Mr. Fortner, you return to the witness stand and you remain under the same oath. You may proceed with your examination.
All right, thank you, Honor. All right. Before we took the break, we were talking about, I think, the developments from July 21st, 2022 and July 22nd, 2022 that resulted in a decision to go talk to Tim Herrington.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And if you don't mind, just briefly tell the jury what those were.
So the decision resulted in the Snapchat messages that we were able to see from Red Eye 24. We couldn't, again, going back, we couldn't see what Jay Lee sent. Red Eye 24 was identified as Tim Herrington. We have a Jay Lee's car going into Molly Bar Trails. See a male run out of Molly Bar Trails. He runs down to Rockets gas station on Molly Bar Road, and then he's.
We just gear him back up after lunch break. Go ahead. Sort of like when you're watching TV, watching those thing on TV when they always give you just a little bit of what you had before you start back. So let's make it real brief anyway.
Real brief. You're about done, I think.
I was almost done. Yes. Male around Molly Bar Trails. He runs down to Rockets where he's picked up by an individual later identified as Keziah Carter. Keziah Carter then, once we make contact with him, tells him that he picked up Tim Herrington and took him back to the Faith Place.
All right. So I believe on the morning of July 22nd, you get that information. With that information, what preparations did you make and why?
We, based on the information we had, again, going back to the Snapchat messages all the way up, identifying Tim Herrington, getting picked up in the car after seeing him run on Whitewater Trails where Jay Lee's car previously was. We wanted to make contact and talk to Tim Herrington. And some of the preparations made in advance of that was to prepare a search warrant for Tim Herrington's apartment.
So what did you do in that regard to try to get a search warrant for Tim Herrington's apartment?
So search warrant was typed up and taken before a judge and presented to him. The search warrant was signed while myself and Detective Baker went over to Lafayette Place. Once Detective Mike Burks returned to Lafayette Place and arrived in the parking lot, myself and Detective Baker went up to Mr. Herrington's apartment.
Prior to knocking on Tim Herrington's door, were you aware that the search warrant had been signed, Judge?
Yes, sir.
All right. At that point, just because you knew that you had a search warrant for that apartment, did that mean that you were going to execute that search warrant?
No, sir, it did not.
All right. Can you explain that to the jury?
Absolutely. Just because we had a search warrant for Mr. Herrington's apartment, our main goal was to go there and talk to him. Had we talked to Mr. Herrington and he provided information of the whereabouts of Jay Lee, or even if Mr. Jay Lee he let us in, I let him talk to him, Mr. Lee was sitting on the couch. Anything's possible as far as the explanation he could have given. So we did not intend to go there. We intended to go.
Okay, I note your objection for the record anyway, by previous reasons.
You were explaining to the jury that if you had a search warrant, didn't mean that you were going to execute the search warrant.
Absolutely not.
And can you finish that for the jury?
Yes, like I said, we want to talk to Mr. Herrington. If Mr. Herrington had provided us information that would able to direct us with our investigation to locating and finding Mr. Jay Lee, that would have been sufficient for us. There's a lot of people we talked to over the course of this investigation that were able to point us in a direction one way or the other.
All right. Now, so yourself and Ryan Baker went to Tim Herrington's apartment, correct?
Yes, sir.
What time of day was it approximately?
It was approximately 12:36 p.m.
Was the entirety of that contact Tim Herrington at his apartment at the Lafayette Place on July 22nd, 2022 recorded?
Yes, it was.
All right. And I have this warrant for identification. All right, this jump drive that I removed from this envelope, have you seen that before?
Yes.
No approach right quick anyway.
Oh, I do hear you guys. It's so slow. I get it. I really wish it would pick up. I really do. We're doing our best by trying to speed up their talk and cutting it down at least 3 hours in a day. see. Okay, there we go. Oh, this must be the interrogation video. Oh, okay, this is on. So Timothy Herrington. Let me see if I can find the actual video.
Well,
Notes on this particular.
that's not what we had.
This is 19.
Same,
Is there anything that you don't?
Where does the video end? Where does the video end?
And you're right, the judge is hard to listen to.
It's S56.
No, when the play of the video, I think if we look at the start of the video and the end of the video, I think everybody will know what's in between, as long as you know the video doesn't run longer than
Topic
somebody
Sheldon.
anticipating anyway.
New
Well,
Nation with Ashley Benefield has an update on.
They don't have any objections. There's activity.
Oh yes, on the
Contact with
judge.
And
I saw that last night,
activity
Irene.
after he's placed in handcuffs.
That's what they said they don't have any objections to that. But I
Besides, we're
want to
not
make
quitters,
sure
right?
we know
No.
where the video starts. We're all
Yeah, the
agreement on
former
that.
Sheriff
I
Mickey
want to make
Stein,
sure
a
somebody
Kentucky judge, was
looks at
doing
the end
bad
of the
stuff
video,
for trade.
so that
Yep.
when everybody's agreeing, they know
I
exactly what
saw
they're
that
agreeing
last
to,
night.
because I've looked at the entire video, what I believe to be the entire video. But,
Oh, Rochelle.
it appears the video showing the beginning of the video and the end of the video. And that's the beginning and the end that I saw. And I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page about the
Yeah,
beginning and end of the
Judge,
video.
can you give me a
Video.
minute so I can speak? Thank you. I can't wait for that case, Irene. It's going to be a
I
good
didn't want
one.
any surprises anyway, what I was trying to say. All right. If everybody's ready, let's show the jury.
Let's see what's on his computer. Right to Havis, Andrew, Robert, Sydney. FTP utility, travel, search warrants, Jeremy's motion, cyber crimes.
Ladies and gentlemen, jury, young man knows I'm quick to give a compliment, but I'm quick to call somebody
Harrington
out.
trial
I'm not
timeline.
complimenting the clerk on his fine work on our shades anyway, but I'm gonna have to retract my compliments anyway. My sunshade's coming down anyway. But, you may continue your
Oh, thanks,
examination.
Leah. You're sweet.
Lieutenant Fortner, we were looking at Exhibit 56. The question to you was.
And
have
I
you
did-
reviewed the contents of that jump drive?
Yes, sir, I have.
Does it accurately depict? the
Come on,
contact
cameraman.
you And Ryan Baker had with Tim Herrington on July 22nd, 2022?
Yes, sir, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask that Exhibit 56 be received.
The objections have been noted for the record, court's rulings as such that I am going.
No,
to
it's the courts thing. The cameraman's stuck on it.
Exhibit 56 into.
He's probably still at lunch.
All right, permission to publish.
You have it.
All right, where are you right there?
In front of Timothy Harrington's apartment.
All right, you knocked on the door, announced your presence.
Yes.
All right. Now, you've already detailed sort of your background understanding of what your investigation showed.
I wish it was Don's
Does Tim
tablet.
Harrington know what you know about the case?
He doesn't know what I know about the case now.
Did he invite them in?
All right, I'm gonna stop it right there. Can you identify the person in the dark colored muscle shirt?
Yes, that's Tim Harrington.
All right, and then the other person in that image is who?
Myself.
All right, now, it appears that this is being recorded by a body cam,
Yes, sir.
and who's wearing that body cam?
Detective Ryan Baker.
All right. I just want to inquire from the court, is that audio?
Not the best.
Are you able to hear that?
I can, but, more post question, can the jury hear it anyway? Y'all hear? it?
We good?
It's a little muffled, I guess would be a good way to,
I do believe the audio system here is better. So if it becomes a problem, if the court wants to allow.
I'm on you listen, I'm gonna let you make your own decisions about where you play it anyway, okay? What's that now?
This one screen's not working.
We got one screen, that's not working. Let's try to get that going before we continue. Yep. We got one screen that's not working anyway. Working now? Well, that's all we're worried about now. Thank you. I'm gonna let you make your own decisions about where you wish to play it at, okay?
So you're going in, did you identify why you were there, the purpose for talking to Tim Harrington?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
We wanted to see if Tim Harrington could provide us with any information related to the Lee.
Missing person?
Yes.
And had you been doing that in the area?
Oh, yes. We've been around the city talking in different apartment complexes and
All right. At that point, at 4:38, was that statement from Tim Harrington important to you?
it was.
What did he say?
He said he ain't seen him since he's been gone.
All right. Since he's been gone. Okay. And before he said, since he's been gone, what did he say?
So you ask your question again?
What did he say right before that?
I do not recall, sir.
All right, let's back it up. Just a few seconds.
No, sir, I haven't heard anything.
Since he's been gone, I haven't heard.
Yes.
All right. Had you, at this point, told him anything about a date that Lee went missing?
No, he just, no dates.
And so it, right there, just before 4:44, I'm going to replay that. His statement there about since he's been gone and at this point, does that indicate to you that he knows when he went missing?
I abstain the objection.
I know, like, since he's been gone, so before he gone, when's the last time we got that I'm not sure what it was, but it was like.
He wasn't sure of the date, according to him at that time, but he did say that night.
That night, he specified that night.
I'll sustain the objection. Don't leave your witness.
I gotta pause it, guys, because I gotta say something. This is almost as bad as the Dolce Vita video. And you've got this lawyer picking out words, asking the witness if this is what they're saying. This should not be allowed. Absolutely should not be allowed.
Was he sure about the exact date here on the interview, according to him?
He said that night.
I was there a couple of weeks ago, I'm not sure that day. There's a week, like, every week, like, we're here. Now, we're at least he had our style. So we want something, old friends, yeah, he's, so like, he came over, I said, we're cool, so like, we're just, he came by, so I like, we're just, so I went back to his apartment. I don't know, like, it was like, we're talking, we're talking, this is like, I'm not sure what time it was, I believe,
I can't make out a damn word.
All right, I'm gonna stop there. What he's talking about is that night. And that's gonna be the day that Jay Lee went missing, correct?
Yes, sir.
Had he said anything to you at this point about?
I'm gonna let him ask his question. Go ahead.
At this point.
Wow.
Said anything about an early morning encounter with Jay Lee?
No, sir. All he kept saying was that night.
Had Tim Herrington said anything about having Snapchat messages with Jay Lee in the early morning hours?
No, sir, he did not.
That's fucking ridiculous.
All right. Now, right there, what information had you provided that you knew about your investigation?
That the vehicle had been found at Molly Bar Trails, and Mr. J. Lee liked to dress as a female.
So going back to the car, what was the question that you asked?
Did he have any gut feeling on how that car ended up at Molly Bar Trails?
And his response was what?
No.
And that video we're seeing.
All right, and even though he said no, he doesn't have any idea, what did you know about Tim Herrington and Molly Bar Trails?
I knew that Tim Herrington ran out of Molly Bar Trails the morning of the 8th and went down to Rockets and got picked up by Keziah Carter and taken back. So I knew Tim Herrington was at Molly Bar Trails.
Yeah, we were just cool like me. I got this information. Like I'm not sure about it. Like so I don't relate to a lot. I don't relate to like everybody. Yeah, that's just not first thing. I got to relate to a lot of people over time. So I feel like that's somebody that I would be like, so you're talking about
All right. Prior to getting into how did you know he was going to come over, did you inquire as to whether he had, I mean, he agreed that he knew that he liked to dress fashionably.
Yes.
Did you, what was his response to whether they had a more than just an acquaintance, friendship, relationship?
He said he did not have any kind of sexual relationship with him.
All right. At this time, did you indicate to him that you knew what their messages were about on Snapchat? Okay.
Yeah, I guess I'm early. And so I started like,
all right. What were y'all talking about here?
We were talking about where Jay Lee, if Tim did anything, where they met at, or how Jay Lee knew Tim was home, and how he could make, did Jay Lee reach out to him and call him, or reach out any kind of other, any kind of electronic device to know Tim was home. And he said he met Jay Lee earlier at either Walmart or Home Depot.
Sounds good.
So that's something and everybody knows. I got to give up about how cool the shot. No, sir. Other than like I was thinking, I'm at that's like I'm smart.
All right. Right there, if you were able to hear, y'all are talking about what?
Molly Bar Trails.
All right. Now, what was significant about his response?
He said, Tim Herrington said he doesn't go over there much because they tow from over there.
Okay.
To me, that was significant because he knows the towing practices of that business in that complex.
All right. Was that additional information that he provided significant to you about Molly Bar Trails?
Oh, absolutely. Tim Herrington said he had been over there in a few months, but we were able to find video of him running out of the complex that morning on July 8th.
So, go back and talk to people, and also want to ask you to move your phone around this time frame, just so we can verify certain text messages or anything like that. So, you cool with that? Yes, sir. What y'all like? Which one do you think? You are making this, I don't think you can explore it. Right. So, I appreciate you talking to me to go through everybody, mark off this, correct? Okay, so, we know, like, this now, what is but that's not actually a question, what? You saw, you believe, but he doesn't come back, right?
All right. Why was that important information to you right there? You saw him, he leaves, but he doesn't come back.
Yes. Asking Tim if he saw Jay leave, which he said he did. He leaves, which Tim said he did. He doesn't come back, according to Tim. It was very important because Khalid Feeders already knew that he came back over there. He was going to meet somebody that had previously blocked him on some social device, and he was going back to meet somebody that he had met earlier in the night.
All right. And in canvassing people that were associated with Jay Lee, would you ask a question like, hey,
Witness, would you ask questions like this, that? I mean,
I'm going to ask you to rephrase your questions. I don't know exactly what it's going to be, so.
Started out as a question.
Yes, started out that way. I bet it's going to end that way.
the questions that you were asking Tim, some are specific to information you know. Are some of the questions the same type of question you would ask other people?
Absolutely. Do you know Tim? Have you seen, I'm sorry. Do you know Jay Lee? Have you seen him anytime since July 8th? Those are standard questions that we would ask anybody trying to ascertain any information we can about where Jay Lee is.
Was one of those questions that you would ask, what do you think happened to him?
Absolutely. I think that's a very important question because everybody has a different opinion or thought or may know something. And we want to know what that is by asking, what do you think happened to someone? It may point us in a direction that leads us somewhere else. And hopefully that, what we were hoping for is the discovery of Jay Lee.
You said every opportunity you like, I don't know, like, we had that to somebody that, like, we did, actually went, I know for me, I don't know, personally.
All right. Did you hear his response to that question?
Yes, based on what you had told me, I'm not gonna get it exactly word for word here. Could have went and had casual sex with somebody and they kidnapped him.
Okay. When you were canvassing, did anybody else have a response like that?
No, sir.
Was that significant to you?
Absolutely, it was.
Why?
Looking at that statement after we interviewed Tim, not only at his apartment, but at CID later on, and after we continued with the investigation, I think what happened is Tim described what he did to Jay Lee.
All right. What was that last question?
Do you know if Jay Lee was going to talk to anybody?
Then right after that, you talk about, I think you make a statement about how Jay Lee's car got to Molly Bar Trails.
Yes, sir. Somebody took it over there and we want to find out who that was.
And I think you told him there that Jay Lee didn't take his car to Molly Bar Trails.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what his response was? You may play it?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay.
Somebody, Jay Lee didn't take his car over there.
Did he agree with that statement?
He did agree with that statement.
All right. For all intents and purposes, the interaction, interview with you, Brian Baker and Tim Herrington at his apartment, is that basically it?
Yes, sir.
In its entirety?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, you said you're gonna have to go call somebody.
Yes, sir.
Talk to the chief, I think that's what you said.
I did.
And, you know, he was not aware that you had the search warrant. You told the jury that, is that what you were gonna talk about, whether, you know, where to go in the investigation from this point?
Oh, absolutely. It was important to go talk to Tim Herrington and find out what he knew. Again, he could have led us in another direction and that would have been super helpful to us. But based on the information that he gave us, that we knew we could, was not accurate. Going back to, you saw him, he leaves, but he doesn't come back. And he hasn't been on my bar trails in a few months, but yet we got him running out on July 8th. We decided to move on and execute the search warrant.
All right,
But your guess is as good as mine, Irene. That was too hard to hear. I couldn't listen. I couldn't hear it.
Assurance that would explain.
Absolutely.
the bits and
Absolutely.
pieces of evidence that you had already developed in your investigation.
No, sir.
So a decision was made to do what?
Execute the search warrant, detain Tim and take him to the criminal investigation division for further questioning.
Now, if I can have this
Right, mark it. 57.
Right.
Get as far as you can, Mr. Creekmore, and we'll,
No, I'm,
if we have to take a break on the other matter, we can.
thank you. Any objection?
We may be ready for a break then anyway.
Hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 57.
We're all ready for a break.
Yes, sir, I do.
What kind of form is that?
It's the Miranda rights form that we use at the Oxford Police Department.
All right, so if you can, just
Done.
explain what the Miranda warning is, as well as the waiver of rights.
Oh, I'm in for the duration now. We've got 4 days in, Irene. I'm in for the duration now. I am invested. I want to see real tangible evidence. Is really what I want to see. But like now we got cops not even doing Miranda rights. Ay, ay, ay.
For the jury.
Yes. So the Miranda warning, we want to inform an individual such as Tim Herrington of his right to remain silent. Anything he can or he says can be used against him in a court of law. We want him to understand all of that. He's got the right to an attorney if he can't afford one. The state will provide one for him. We want him to understand this entire top portion right here. And then the waiver of rights down below it is for him. I've read the statement of rights, understand my rights are. I'm willing to make a statement and answer questions. I do not want a lawyer at this time. I understand and know what I am doing. No promises or threats been made to me, and no pressure or coercion of any kind has been used against me. I understand that any time I can exercise any of the above rights.
Is that standard for investigators to use when they're talking to a suspect?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you make a decision after the interview at the apartment around 12:30 on July 22nd, 2022 to take Mr. Herrington in custody down to CID?
Yes, sir. And then he was presented with this form.
Now, that entire contact between yourself and who else was with you? Brian Baker?
Detective Baker was, yes.
In the interview room, is that recorded?
Yes, sir, it is.
Was the portion where you went over the Miranda rights and the waiver included in that?
Yes, sir. And you can clearly see Mr. Herrington signed the paper.
All right, and do you recognize that exhibit as does that accurately depict that rights waiver signed by Tim Herrington?
Yes, sir. That is Tim Herrington's signature right there, and that is his printed name. And then below it, the first witness is myself, Shane Fortner. The second one is Ryan Baker, Detective, Oxford Police Department.
Say what has to be received.
Absolutely agree, Irene.
Objection. All right, right waiver will be received is 57.
All right, Your Honor, can we approach just for a second?
Yeah, it would if Owen. Let's approach let's approach the bench because we haven't been there for a little bit and I miss it. I just want to rub my hand on the nice wood, ground myself. Oh my God. You know what though? I don't think it would be that bad of a trial. It's these lawyers. Like, it's not even like, it's not even like Charlie's trial, right? Where we had the good lawyers and everything was out. There was a flow to it. And then we were like, oh, great, here comes rash bomb. It's both sides that are rash bombs. It's horrible.
You ain't got
You know what, Your Honor?
You ain't got to play.
I can give it away.
All right, we're gonna take a little break right here, whether need to or not, anyway, okay? And that's when you blame on me if you want to, okay?
Oh, Judge, we are putting the blame on you. We truly are, because you are just as boring as all the other ones. Well, no, excuse me, Judge, you're not that boring because at least you entertain us by picking your nose. Oh, Lord, guys, I can't even. The lawyer in the blue suit with the brown shoes, I wish he was the lawyer speaking on the defense's side the whole time. He's easy to listen to, and I don't think he'd put a juror to sleep. And sorry, guys, while I was trying to listen to that, really hard trying to listen to it, I'm trying to get up the stream for the Melody Ferris rewatch. So because actually yesterday we had more people in. They're probably like, we don't want to sit and watch this trial anymore. I just ran to the corner to get some smokes. The guy asked, you have a cat or a dog? Seeing this sparse fur on my sweater. I got both, my guy. No, it's winter. It's extra insulation. What are you talking about? That's what I would say. Oh, I don't even know how to. Like I said, this trial's really. And earlier in the day, he said today and tomorrow, are they going to run court on a Saturday? Did anybody else hear that, or was it just me because I was doing things while I was listening? Please, God, don't make us watch this on a Saturday. Please don't do that to us. I beg of you. I think we can get through this break. Oh, yeah, we can get past this break. Oh, yeah, there we go.
I think the jury is going to need some sort of explanation that confuse them why it stops the way it does without violating the ruling of the court to play the portion of him invoking his right.
Is there anything going to be played after that?
No, sir.
When that stops at, I'll make a statement to the jury that's where the video stops.
Right.
Court matter ruling, that's where the video stops.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I didn't understand that.
You just stipulate that will be the point that video stops is the end of the pertinent information included in that.
All right, sounds reasonable.
Are we ready now?
Y'all ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead. The, let me talk, both of y'all. The jury has advised me that they're having a difficult time understanding the audio and wanting to know if the big screen can be turned around so they can hear better. And I'm going to authorize that. Sorry, guys.
Thing is, though, the investigator should not be telling them what to hear. Oh, I'll have to make sure it's not one tomorrow. I'll have to double check on that. As far as they're saying, he wasn't read the Miranda rights.
Get that. You have the jump drive?
Anywhere else but Mississippi, I would guess.
Your Honor, if I could have this mark for ID.
So.
I've never seen a trial ran this way. It's horrible.
All right, so at the conclusion of the interview at Lafayette Place, Tim Herrington's apartment on July 22nd, 2022, you put Mr. Herrington in custody and brought him to CID. That's not at the regular police department, is it?
No, sir, it's at 10 Industrial Park Drive, which is off the Highway 7 South.
You've got an interview room?
Yes, sir, we do.
And with recording equipment?
Yes, sir, there's video and audio in that room.
And you went through Mr. Harrington's Miranda warnings and rights waiver?
Yes, we did. And after advising him of all that, he printed his name and signed acknowledging that he wished to speak to us.
I believe we've already introduced that rights waiver. Correct. All right. Now, typically when you go over the Miranda warning, what their rights are and the waiver, do you pay attention to sort of their educational level and level of understanding?
Yes, sir. We want to check into that. Given that Mr. Herrington just told me he graduated from Ole Miss, I knew he was a college graduate. His education level should have been where he could understand it. But as I'm advising him of his Miranda warnings, I'm asking him, do you understand this top part? Do you understand this bottom part? And I also told Mr. Harrington, if at any point you understand something, ask me a question. I'll be happy to explain to you because I want him to understand what I'm reading.
Did he acknowledge that he understood?
Yes, sir.
And did he voluntarily waive those rights?
Yes, sir.
After being brought from his apartment to CID and put into the interview?
Yes, sir. He signed the form and printed his name, and we signed as witnesses.
Now,
they said he didn't get it.
Do you recognize it in contents?
It says Sheldon or S. Harrington apartment interview.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
There's a jump drive in there with evidence SDA. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Have you reviewed the contents of that exhibit?
Yes.
Do they accurately depict the interview at CID between yourself, Ryan Baker, and Tim?
Yes, sir.
All right, Your Honor, the state would ask that this be.
I guess maybe after they did all this.
Any objection? Well, it'll be a meeting. Is this just going to be on the big screen and not on the small computers?
I'm sorry.
This just going to be on the big screen or all screens? Y'all may have to move then, Mr. Overhand.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, we might even drag you up the chair.
Yeah, I remember that. These lawyers, they just don't care. It's like nobody cares. It seems like.
Okay, and I think you told us this, I really believe it. The boys work with us. Did you agree? So, we came over to your house, we asked you questions, we all kind of everything, okay? So, those questions are let us, looking at your transition questions. Is everybody come up here? So we have all these back here, okay? We got guys in there who are done. Pretty nothing, okay? But the one thing I want you to try to remember the entire time, we treat it like fair. If you think we treat it fair, I don't think we did anything wrong, we did good. Okay? Really fair thing. Honesty, I'm teaching, still everything, okay? We have a question. We have a lot of stuff we've done over the investigation. We got some stuff out to be able to do. Okay? But we're gonna share everything that we can that concerns you, okay? And when you're answering these questions, I want you to be open and honest, okay? We want the truth. All right? If you tell 99.9% the truth, what is it? Still a lie, okay? Tell 100 today, okay? I told you out there at the apartment, when we walk down the stairs, my goal is to bring you down here, maybe take this later interview, and get you out of here. That's just still my goal, okay? But we need to ask that question, we need to figure out what happened. Understandable? Okay. You're seeing crime shows, Sam? Another crime show. You're seeing on TV where they, read people a constitutional warning, how you have to run the name filing and all that. Okay. So anytime we bring somebody down here to you, like this morning or any of these, we want to make sure they understand the constitutional protection. You agree? It's important, right? There were other things years ago, you need to make sure everybody understands. Okay. And we really, we didn't what they were. Okay. So what we're going to do here today is I'm going to go through the constitutional protection report to you. Once I'm done, Sam, you do one of three things, okay? You can sign it, answer a number of questions, sign this form, answer some more questions, or sign the form, answer all of our questions. Does that make sense to you, Sam? Okay. Doesn't do trick you up, trick you or anything like that. We're going to be open, honest with you, fair, like talk about it. I thought we were fair to the apartment, you have to do certain things, okay? Is that understandable? You agree? You like to share there's a form? Okay. Any questions, I want you to ask me, okay? Don't be afraid to ask me. We're gonna put this together, okay? Again, we're at the Office of Police Department, Criminal Investigation Division.
I'm gonna come down. Yeah, no objection. I think I've never seen this. I think it's important for the court knows what's staying, and it's plenty loud, but that don't mean I can understand it. I'm gonna get closer because in case there's any objections. I won't be able to not have to replay it every day. I think the court knows what's been said. I'm asked Ruth on things. So.
I need to turn it down.
Right up here in front of me. I think I can hear it back here. Hey.
I'm trying to adjust it not only front, but back.
I understand, and I feel we're ready, it's not your fault.
I think it's the mayor system.
Just real quick, Dale. Your first name is what? Sheldon. It's Sheldon Timothy Herrington. So the second or third? Second, okay. I don't get all confused there. Says Junior, okay. What is your date of birth, Mr. Sheldon? Okay. Okay. All right. What's your date of birth? March 5th. I'm right on the back, okay? And what is your phone number?
I'm gonna ask that any fees just include the statements as to dates of birth and phone numbers, okay? Just go to.
Okay, any kids? No kids, okay, all right. So I said, I'm gonna go, I'm gonna read this conversation. Time right now is approximately 1:35 p.m., okay? All right, now, before we ask any questions, Mr. James, you have the right to remain silent. You have to say anything. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice, we ask questions, and if you want to answer your questions. Not for the lawyer, it's only appointed for you questions. Right. So, bring it, say the right to stop answering anytime, you don't say the right to stop answering anytime. You're not saying this, don't you? Okay, whatever, right here, I read the statement, right, I'm right, I want to make a statement, questions, that's all the lawyers, I don't understand why. No problems, the first thing, first report, you have to, pretty much, we teach you, we need to have that rule, I'm using punishment. You understand that? Okay, I understand that now, I understand that, right, so I'm saying, okay. They teach how to find a person at school. Okay. Hey, I believe today, not find a person, but you can't. That's right. But if it's all our not. So, Tim, push in the top one, signature line, you come on.
Oh gosh. I said I'm getting a kick out of the subtitles. So far, we've got Bob Marley, school music, plants, and I said, you know what? If that officer absolutely said Bob Marley, you must find this gentleman guilty. That is it for the trial, ladies and gentlemen. You may now be dismissed and go and do your deliberations so we can stop with this madness. Oh, that's what I would say. Hey, Baker, how are you, my friend? Oh, yeah, and Fernando, right? Yep. Where are you? You took a turn, probably down the wrong turn, and you ended up at Crime and Coffee. Oh, I think I got some Bakers. Muffin tops. Isn't that what you call them, Baker? Your muffin tops? Let's go, Brandon. Let's go. Welcome. Grace's green enough. grass is green enough. Thank you. Sorry. Welcome. I had an important message to deliver. What is your important message, Brandon? Coffee and muffins. What a great thing. Listen, for the muffin tops, bakers, muffin tops, this is an interesting case, but it is dreadful. There is not a good lawyer on either side. Tom Horman is going to be at this thing. I'm going to get him plastered and start getting down to work, maybe at the Roosevelt. Interesting. Okay, I will start playing, and like it's brain numbing, but we're getting through it. It's going to be very controversial, whichever way the verdict goes. He's going to be the new border Cesar, head of ICE. Ooh.
So, right here, the first question is about the nature of his relationship with Tim Harrington. You confronted him with what?
I wanted to better understand the relationship between Tim and Jay Lee, and Tim tells us it's a deeper relationship. So that led me, based on the previous interview at his apartment, to ask him, Tim, are you being honest with us, or is it the information you told us accurate? And he admitted it was not, which told me he lied about what he said at the apartment.
All right. And what did he tell you at the apartment, the nature of their relationship?
We had acquaintance. There were a few others that he mentioned in there. They were cool. They were still one time together, I believe, but it wasn't a deeper relationship.
I think it's important that we get that on paper. Because it means you don't have a good understanding of what happened here, the whole picture. All right. And I can't tell you story. Okay. You walk out of here, team, I was fine. You can tell anybody anything you want. But if they're friends, you tell the truth. I think that's fair for you. Okay. So tell me about this. Relationship you and Jimmy have. I'm not sure.
Absolutely. I think it shows a pattern of sexual activity between Tim Harrington and Jay Lee. Again, goes away from what he said in the apartment about just being acquaintances. It was consistent further in the investigation, but it was, yes.
The 90 came over. Did you have sexual relations that night? Yes, I did. Okay, talk me through this. What happened? And again, you walk out of here and do the thing home. I want the truth. The truth. I'm everybody guys don't take care. I work like guys and girls. We have people sitting here having guys and the animals, okay? I do not care. So what happened when you looked at this part? The camera. What did that happen? In your apartment? How did you know Jimmie was not over? How old was that? Okay, again, there. How did you communicate with Jimmie? Talk over it. What kind? I remember talking about him. Okay. So now you came over. What did y'all get to talk? I don't remember. I don't remember. Okay, no problem. Okay. Can you tell me what are some of the Snapchat handles you have? You got a great name, right? Yes, sir. Okay, what were some of the ones you had? My name is, my name is, Red.
All right. You're talking about his handles. What does that mean?
Not Will first in Snapchat, but it's a name that the Snapchat user has, I believe.
If somebody has a nickname, instead of putting their real name, they often use a nickname for social media handle.
Absolutely, you don't, like he says right there, he's got some real name, and then he uses his nickname as well, and his nickname was Red.
And the handle in the Snapchat messaging with Jay Lee that Ben Douglas, when he accessed that Snapchat account, the relevant messages were from the
Red Eye
Red Eye
24.
So it's Red or Red, something else? It's like Red. I don't really like to remember the name. It's Red, but I don't know what you think actually. Yeah, I don't remember actually. I don't know if you got the name and things like that. Jay,
Now, your response there was, Tim, you just said it.
You just said it.
What are you referring to?
You just said Red Eye.
All right. And can you explain that you heard Red Eye right there?
Mhm.
All right, explain that to the jury.
So when he says Red Eye, and then he emphasized really strong at the end, trying not to say it, and it's what I figured when I was in the interview, he says Red Eye, and then he emphasizes the eye part of it at the end to then move forward with his statement.
Yeah, I don't remember actually my name. Yeah, I don't remember my name. What's your name? Red. Red. Sure, Red. Red or Red, something else? It's like Red. I don't really like to remember the name. It's Red, but I don't know.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
He's definitely guilty, guys. He's definitely guilty. The jury must convict him because now they've said Bob Marley and Rihanna. Oh, boy. That's it. Throw away the key. Lock him up. Done. Done like dinner.
He could have been saying Red Eye, but
No, he said
And he
Rihanna.
emphasized the eye at the end.
almost as if he was catching himself.
Yes, sir.
He said Rihanna.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know. Name like that. Really come there. You won't think you get him also. Okay.
Okay. He talks a little bit more in detail about their interaction. And then before we get into that, going back to the handles that he used for social media, he was using that handle on what day?
July the 8th,
You know that
2022.
From the records?
Yes.
For a fact.
Yes, sir.
And then here, on July 22nd, he indicates that can't remember what he was using.
Yes, sir. That's what it says.
So during the start of the investigation,
Now, hearing that statement with the interview at his apartment, was anything significant there?
Absolutely. So at the apartment, he says, Jay Lee comes over, gives me a gift. We talked for a little bit and left. And this interview here, he says, Jay Lee came over, gave me oral sex. We talked for a little bit and we left. He's saying the same thing.
all right, I mean, was you police involved? They what they call tip line. You know, come out, you call them, hey, I can't call Jay Lee, people are hey.
All right, now then, at this point, in the investigation, you don't have any records that indicate whether he would have been aware of any of the
Let's go, Brandon. I hate censorship, but you never know who could be on your jury. Could be me. Then you have an extra variable. Thank you so much for your support. I really, really, truly do appreciate it. And honestly, please, guys, you don't want me on your jury. I would be fair, but I also won't put up with bullshit. And we don't censor here, that's for sure. Because Rochelle has a tendency of having no filter. So I'm just give you a breakdown of the jury here. It is, there's 12 jurors, so 15 jurors, 3 are alternates. 11 are white men and women, and 4 are black men and women. So no matter, it could end up that this gentleman's jury of his peers could end up being 11-1. And this is in Mississippi. So it's going to be controversial, whichever way this goes, that's for sure. But Brandon, I greatly appreciate your support. Thank you so much. Oh, that was your real message. Well, don't censor yourself because I won't censor you here. That's for sure.
information made public requesting tips from UPD or people?
I don't know that he's aware of it. All I know is there were multiple press releases put out and shared over multiple platforms of social media.
You're talking about that here because of what? Were you about to?
Because of the tip that came in.
Well, I'm glad for this little break. Yeah, you type all this stuff out and then YouTube decides, well, you can't type. Today you've been really offensive with nouns and their progeny, so verbs only. Yeah, I'm constantly watching to make sure if they'll send me something, say, show or don't show. I show it. Maybe that's why YouTube don't like me. Let's Go says, oh, I'm still just complaining about the jury I got kicked off of after 3 days. Asked Baker about it. I had to pay him $100 to pretend to care. Oh my goodness. It is so funny that you bring this up because one of our coffee crew, Jane, she was on, went through the whole process of becoming a juror. And she, prior to being told she was on the juror, she did a Google search. And after she went through the whole process, they kicked her off. But you got kicked off 3 days in? Oh, that's interesting. I'd love to hear that. I would be horrible for that because I'd be like, no, I need to know more. I need to know more. I don't trust the lawyers. I'll have to introduce you to Jane.
Man from Mr. Khalid Fierce.
What day that took?
No, sir.
Oh my goodness, Brandon.
Oh, yes, sir.
Alabama. You know, man, people are calling me here. One of the kids that come in was interesting. Jay Lee, when he left his apartment, was talking to somebody. That person called in. Okay? That person told Jay Lee, to that person, hey, I'm going to meet somebody. Okay? And I'm going back.
Hey, Baker, if you're still here, someday we should do a collab together, you and I. I should have been the first one gone, and I was the first one in until the prosecution used their last strike on me. Oh, I joke about saying I would like to move to Tallahassee so I could, so I can get on the jury for Donna's trial or Wendy's trial. Oh, I would lie my ass off to get on that jury. I would. The crew already knows that I would do it.
Go to their place. All right. So he's riding with Jay Lee. So they're able to see where he goes. And then Jay Lee on the snapshot. Okay. All right. You follow that? Okay. So that was a good tip. Okay. So I want to ask you again. Okay. When Jay Lee left, okay, this was in the morning of July. You know what I'm saying? Because Jay Lee leaves your boy. Jay Lee come back. Okay. That's true. Okay. All right. And what happens when Jay Lee comes back? He comes back and then I can do the same kind of stuff.
Now, the tip that you shared some information. Did you share that he had said anything about an argument right there on the video, or do you need to back it up?
I don't recall if I said anything about an argument at that time.
Okay. And then right here, when he talks about, you're talking about what?
Oh, sorry, Jay Lee going back to the apartment.
Leading him all over the place to having a conversation, suppositions, things of that nature.
Let me hear your question again.
What is the topic of conversation right here important to you?
The topic of conversation is whether Jay Lee went back to see Tim Herrington.
And what was his response?
He does.
And what does he say about what Tim Herrington does when Jay Lee comes back?
He gives him oral sex. I made it up to him.
Did you talk to him about an argument?
Not at this time.
This is very graphic, guys, this court case. Anyone new in here? Come with warnings.
I thought kind of you were kind of looking at the performance you gave earlier. So when the guy called in, and this was the only thing I think where you could do it, stagger, right? No, came over. He told the guy calling the tips, Jay Lee had told him that he was going back over to see the guy. They were talking, he didn't say his name, okay? The guy was going to do something that he'd never done before. So is that what he's talking about? He also said that the guy, and you help me out there, you all want to kind of say, okay, we're still digging, but it's better something that I think Jay Lee, and now on Snapchat or did you block him in reality? Something about.
All right. You were talking about information that you had from figures.
Yes,
And that was in regard to the Snapchat conversation.
yes.
All right. What he says here about being blocked by Jay Lee, was that consistent with what you found later in the digital records from the phones?
Yes, we did find that Jay Lee did block Tim Herrington, and Tim Herrington reconnected with Jay Lee through another Snap name.
Yeah, there was an argument in charge about. No, he was just, I told him that, I'm not really like, you know, I recognize that the work, yeah. Because he was upset because he wasn't on the duty or he did more. I told him that, and I know Chelsea, you don't do any other stuff, and he wants you. So how did you read the thing? You had to create another, or you already had one? I had a he reached out to him on which one that time. I know I was on different, like, different. And when he come over, you want to say, where was that at? In your apartment, which room, there's 3 rooms, there's the living room, and the shoe room, which room is that? Which one? The door you shut, so they want to straight out the boss, right? That's under. It's like, when you got under the that's the room, just you say, okay, so it's just something you ready to occupied. So, Shelly comes over, you can all say, on him. This is early 1 hour. So where did he, what happened?
All right, so topic here is what happened after Jay Lee came back to Tim Harrington's apartment, correct?
Yes, and then with Tim Harrington giving Jay Lee oral sex.
All right, had you given any information to Tim Harrington about what type of job Jay Lee was at the time, in July of 2022, involved in?
No, we did not.
All right, and what did he say about Jay Lee?
He said Jay Lee had some kind of, I believe, baby thing he had to go do, and then he may have had something. He left and may have had to go do something with his job or an internship.
Now, later on, you found out that Jay Lee was actually doing an internship program with CPS, or what we think you and I have always referred to as DHS.
Yes.
Child Protection Services.
So, how did he leave him? I was called like we just, how did he leave him? So he left the apartment walking? Yeah, how did he walk out of the complex?
Right. Now, earlier, he talked about making it up to Tim Harrington. And then, when you're asking him about how did he leave, was his response there have any significance to you?
Oh, absolutely. If he would have told us that Jay Lee went down to his car and left, that would have been very significant to us. But he had trouble formulating an answer on how he left.
And
how did he leave him? How did he walk out of the complex? Did he leave his car? Right, he left that all night. How did he do it? I don't know how to do it. So he leaves that you give him all this. And do you have any contact with him before? How many times did you talk about when you do that? And 6 times. Did you have physical sex with him on the shoulder? After he leaves, did you reach back out to him on the phone call, Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook? I'm sure they'll go all over there with y'all on Twitter. I don't know, they back up around. Did you reach back out to him any other on any platform or via text message or something? I think talking about I don't know about. Okay. If I give you the time to see. Okay.
Now, at that, after July 8th, 1 hours, I represent to you that there's already been proof that Jay Lee's social media activity, cell phone activity goes silent.
Yes.
Were you able to later learn whether Tim Herrington ever tried to reach out through social media too?
Yes, I was. So Francesca, Judge Everett not trusting Donna Adelson's defense team. Carl Steinbach will be on at 7 p.m. Thank you so much for that, Francesca. He must have heard us calling out to him yesterday. Or was it yesterday or the day before? I am so glad Carl's back on. I've missed Carl. And so we start our review of Melody Ferris' trial tonight at 8. So let's all show our support for Carl tonight at 7. Thank you again, Francesca, for that. JJ says crime and read her notes. What notes do you mean, JJ?
Jay Lee, after early 1 hours of July 2022.
We could not find any record of Tim Herrington attempting to contact Jay Lee. But what we did find in the subsequent investigation was he put in Jay Lee and kept searching the name multiple days after July 8th.
Did you leave the apartment after did you go anywhere? I went to Walmart. Okay, you go to Walmart. But I have a company. Hey, it was when I had got tape and stuff like this. Tape what you got?
And then, right there, you're talking to him about what he did after Jay Lee left the apartment. He responded with he was going to Walmart. And did he indicate what he bought at Walmart?
Yes, tape and some food, I believe.
All right. Now I'm going to hand you what State's Exhibit 50. Have you seen that receipt before?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what is that receipt?
This is a receipt from Walmart for duct tape. Item sold, 1.
All right, no food. It was just duct tape, right?
Yes, sir.
And I believe he said tape. He didn't say duct tape, right?
He says tape. Yes, sir.
All right. Now, were you able to observe footage of Tim Herrington at the Walmart?
Yes, sir, I was.
And were you able to establish the time of day on July 8th, 2022, that Tim Herrington was at the Walmart?
Yes, we were. And then we also were able to obtain the receipt, July the 8th, 6:49 was when he checked out at Walmart.
What number is it? You ready? All right, we're going to display on your screen on the podium system, Exhibit 49.
Got a video?
Yes, sir. It's already been received. Right? I don't mind.
That courtroom is so loud for noises.
Now, as sometimes happens, the video system at Walmart, as far as recording the timestamp, was it working properly?
No, it wasn't.
All right, but you do have the receipt. All right, it is consistent. Okay. When you reviewed it, legacy software system is now working properly. And the time on the receipt, if you don't mind, hit document.
They're so slow with everything.
649.
Yes.
All right, so do you have the, on this exhibit, the car driving in? It's a different photo.
It's not gonna be able to- Let me go down. I'll just get them and see. Okay. See, proved out that maybe this one here.
All right, do you see the image displayed on your screen?
See a barcode.
That? There we go. What about now?
I see rooftop Walmart parking lot.
All right, and if you could, why was this camera angle important to the investigation?
Because it shows Tim Harrington's vehicle coming into the parking lot.
All right, what kind of vehicle was Tim Harrington driving at this point?
White Ford Escape.
So we're looking for a white Ford Escape?
Yes, sir.
All right, let us know as we play the video when you see that vehicle.
At this time, that's the vehicle coming in to the, going down the road to the parking spot right here. Beside a white car, appears to be near a buggy, where you put the buggies back.
All right. And who is that? Were you able to identify who that is getting out of the vehicle?
Timothy Harrington.
Now, prior to Tim Harrington checking out, where we have the receipt with timestamp and date stamp on it, was there, just describe for the jury what Tim Harrington did while he was in Walmart?
So Tim Harrington goes in Walmart. I don't recall if he went and picked up the duct tape first or second, but while he's in Walmart, he goes and looks at, I don't know what the gallon size is, but large garbage cans. And he starts looking, these garbage cans would be ones that are in front of a residential home and would be picked up by a garbage truck, large garbage cans. He's looking at it, examining the garbage can, even brings an associate over to talk about the garbage can, it appears in the video. And then he moved after looking at those, he moves and goes up front and pays for his duct tape.
It's fine, man.
I don't mean to interject, but we kind of got some stuff to start the stream over here on the next screen. Little distraction.
So are they trying to say move the body out by a garbage can? That'd be one way to get it out of the dorms.
Yeah.
But he didn't buy a garbage can. How did he get the body out of the dorms?
Do you
That's
see that image displayed on
Yes,
your
sir.
screen? All right, and in that aisle, can you identify the location on your screen where the garbage cans are?
The bottom of the video says AA Electric to TLE corner, and you can see the garbage cans in the video right beside where it looks like there's a set of double doors.
All right, and as we were playing it, an individual with a white shirt walked into frame at the top middle of the screen. Were you able to identify who that was?
Yes, that's Timothy Herrington.
All right, let's play it. All right, pause there. All right, let's go to. And then after that, contained on that video exhibit, one of the files on there shows Tim Herrington checking out. with
Yes,
the
sir.
duct tape, correct?
Yes, sir.
I have this marked for ID. Angie was been marked as exhibit 59 for ID. Do you recognize that image?
Yes.
Does that image accurately depict a still shot from where Tim Herrington is checking out from Walmart early morning hours of July the 8th, 2022?
Yes, that's Tim Herrington buying a roll of duct tape.
Your Honor, so that's the superseding of evidence.
Objection.
Other than previously.
It'll be a minute.
Go back.
We got the Santa Claus playing on the screen there anyway.
Did it just say Santa Claus on the screen? Oh, Lord. This is a Cracker Jack courtroom.
If y'all bear with me, I'm gonna come back that way so I can hear.
All right. Back it up 10 seconds. I believe at this spot in the interview with him here at CID, going back to exhibit 56. On exhibit 58 now, for the record. Does he talk a little bit about the business that he has with Tyson?
He doesn't reference Tyson King specifically, but he does talk about a moving business.
All right, and does he say anything about whether he has anything to do that day with the new
He does make reference that he had a move later that day.
Me either.
Now, were you able to later, as part of your investigation, find out anything about the accuracy of that statement?
Yes, we were able to talk to Tyson King, and Tyson King kept a notes, calendar notes of their the jobs that they did, and July 8th was not listed as having a job that day.
All right. Did he ever indicate in the interview what kind of tape he normally uses in the moving company business?
He references the tape. I'm trying to recall. I think he refers to it as clear tape, but it could have been something I said to him as well.
Okay. So to be fair, he didn't say duct tape.
I think he was specifically asked about duct tape, and I don't think he says one way or the other. I don't.
Now,
How did you purchase your house at Walmart? Cash vehicle? I moved it. So we will see Walmart. Yes, sir. People, duct tape or tape that you don't have to pay? Yeah, we use like duct tape. Clear tape wrap around it? Yeah, we have, I think it's like so that you wrap around. Do you know what kind of tape?
did he describe the tape in more specificity there?
It's the tape that you wrap around boxes.
Yeah, did you drive your car to Walmart?
You're still talking about Walmart. You saw the video portion where he's examining the garbage. Now, do you know anything about the Vet Place apartments and whether there's any necessity to have that style? I think you were referencing that earlier.
Yeah, the style that Tim was looking at Walmart was for residential use. Tim lives in an apartment complex at the time, Lafayette Place, and outside of his building was a large trash compactor that he could put his trash into. There was no reason to have a garbage can.
Did you go anywhere else that one? Did you do a job somewhere early that night? Did you go anywhere else? Not early. Not early. So after J-Link, the only place you went to was Walmart? Yeah, Walmart.
So at this point, after Jay Lee left, he said he goes to Walmart and he didn't go anywhere else. Were you able to find whether that statement was accurate or not?
No, we were, and it was not accurate. He did go somewhere else.
All right. Your Honor. Smart. Was the
A Walmart checkout or checkout to Walmart? Okay. I got it. I don't need it. I just.
This is absolutely absurd, guys.
All right, we're going to try to cue it up to the 6:51 a.m. spot.
You got a long way to go at that rate.
So the time limit then.
6:57.
Yeah, see, it's already passed at that time. It's just,
They don't know how to work technology to save their lives. We're gonna get this up and going at some point.
6:51. See the white vehicle that Tim here.
Yes, we ever see the white Ford Escape go by.
You'll be contained on that video.
Yes.
At the 6:51 mark.
Yes.
All right, and then after that, were you able to identify another vehicle associated with Tim Harrington?
Yes, at 6:57, the Tim Harrington and his business partner, Tyson King's box truck, comes back down Jackson Avenue.
And I believe S-52 has already been received into evidence, has it not? Already received into evidence?
52,
Yes, sir.
has been admitted. Picture of a box truck driving in front of gas station.
Do you recognize that exhibit, exhibit 52?
Yeah, that right there is Tim Harrington and his business partner, Tyson King's box truck.
All right, and in the video at the 6:57 mark, were you able to identify Tim Harrington or not?
Say it one more time.
On the video, were you able to identify Tim Harrington in that box truck?
Yeah, Tim Harrington went to, his white Ford Escape goes by, leaving Walmart, and then he comes back by in the box truck.
And in the image, were you able to see him?
Yes.
What was the question? Was he able to identify Tim Harrington in the box truck driving by the Kokomo Chevron
Yes.
on Jackson and Oxford? So. All right, we're at the 6:49 mark on the video, being projected on the screen. Do you see that on your screen?
Yes.
All right, you see the activity at the gas station?
Yes, a red car just pulled in to a gas pump, and a white van with something wrote on it is backing up from a gas pump.
Here we're looking at the 6:51 mark.
Yes, sir.
What are we going to see?
See a Tim Harrington in his white Ford Escape traveling westbound on Jackson Avenue.
Is there going to be left to right on the screen or right to left?
Left or right?
We're at 6:51. If you will, just alert us when you see that here.
There it goes right there, passing West Oxford Loop in the gas station.
Same car that pulled pulled into Walmart.
Yes, where,
What did you say about the vehicle that passed by? Speak up if you don't.
oh, the vehicle's passing by the gas station right now. It's in between, if you're looking at the image, the way it's paused on the video right now, it's in between pump 2 and pump 4.
Is that the same vehicle that minutes earlier pulled into?
I agree,
Walmart?
Irene.
Yes, and left Walmart parking lot driven by Timothy Herrington.
All right. Now, as this plays forward,
Yep.
uh,
Not in Mississippi.
all right, where is the Lynx apartment?
The Lynx Apartments, you continue driving west on Jackson Avenue, and then you hit an off ramp, and the off ramp's going to put you on what's known as two different US 278 or Highway 6, is often referred to, and you're going to go west toward Batesville. So you're going to pass a gas station in between 2 gas stations. There's crystals there, and it's out there. It's a apartment complex on the left-hand side of the road, approximately a mile from this location, maybe a little further.
All right, and did Tyson King keep the box truck at that location?
Tyson, keep the truck at that location. He lived at the Lynx Apartments.
All right, so 7 minutes later on this video, you see the box truck drive by that video surveillance.
Yes, the box truck will be coming by going eastbound on Jackson Avenue.
Now, if Tim Harrington drove to pick up that box truck at the Lynx and got in the truck and drove back by without any kind of delays in between, with the time frame when we see this car there headed that way, that direction, be consistent with him driving back in the box truck?
Absolutely. If he went straight to the Lynx and got the box truck turn and came back, yes, sir, it would.
In that direction, is that heading back?
That direction is heading back down Jackson Avenue, and you can get to Lafayette Place that way.
All right, and from the screen that you're looking at, is the box truck going to be coming from right to left?
Right to left, yes. If you'll pause it there, you can actually see it coming off of Highway 6. It's in between the pole and it's in between the poles right above the sign for gas pump 7. If you look directly up from that, you'll see the box truck in the image there. The box truck then makes a left-hand turn, traveling eastbound on Jackson Avenue, and it'll be coming in front of Kokomo Chevron at this time.
Now, when you say you could identify him, you're talking about seeing his car leave and his box truck drive by.
Yes.
I sustain the objection. Rephrase the question.
For part of your investigation, who are the only 2 people that had keys to that box truck?
Timothy Harrington and Tyson King.
They have as part of the investigation, whether they had any kind of job to do that day?
No, they did not have a job to do that day, according to Tyson King. Thank you.
Everybody good on the period? Let me know when you need a break, okay?
We're at the 30-minute, 50-second mark.
Didn't you? Runner, Markel. Yes, I do run. You run that one? Yes, I run. I ran around high. I get in high. Yeah, like the island and the airport. I get you ran over there? How did you go about your days? I took like runner, Markel. Yes, I do run. You know, I don't know. Did you go anywhere else that one? Did you do a job somewhere early that one? Did you go anywhere else? No, not earlier. Not earlier. So after Jimmie, the only place you went to is Walmart? Yeah, Walmart. Didn't you? Runner, Markel? Yes, I do run. You go run that one? Yeah, you go run. I ran around Hale. I get in like Hale. Yeah, like the island and the airport. Yeah. You ran over there? How did you go about your day? I took like that way from Sophia. How long did that run? I'm not sure. It was about an hour. So you ran from Abell, I guess down Anchorage Road? Where'd you go down Jackson Avenue? I was down. Yeah, so like old cars and all that, and went by the airport? Right. And then where did you turn around at? I went to Collin. I remember that. I used to work out. I remember that in housing. I used to do like the car and all that. So did you run all the way over the island and all the way back to that place? No, I had a friend that like I was right off the hand. Usually, I used to like I used to be like ride. What's that friend name? I honestly don't know. Like, didn't know that I don't know if it was a friend, but I don't know.
Now, you talked to him about whether he went anywhere, and he indicated that he had not.
Sure.
What did he say about working out that day?
He said he did go for a run. I asked him if he's a runner and asked him if he ran that day. He said he did go for a run that morning.
Now we know that you've got a time frame from the Kokomo gas station.
Yes, sir.
This car at 6:51, box truck 6:57, correct?
Yes.
Now, the
Unfortunately, yes. Oh, it's such a hard trial to get through.
run would have been after that.
Yes, yes.
According to his statement in the interview.
Yes, and yes, true. And he's at Molly Bar Trails running out at 7:34.
All right, so you've got video of him pulling out of Molly Bar Trail, running out of Molly Bar.
Running
Trail.
out.
At what time?
7:34 a.m.
7:34. All right, so now were you able to take the locations that he mentioned as far as the route that he took on his run and prepare them out?
Yes, we were. We were able to go. The route he said he took was the back way, he called it. So for him to get from Lafayette Place over there, he said he went the back way, which I described as being Anchorage Road, coming out of Old Sardis, going up by the airport, which would have took him down to Old Sardis to McElroy, and then around McElroy to Molly Bar Road, which now we're at the intersection of Molly Bar Road is Rockets gas station. So then he would have took a left on Molly Bar Road, went up.
Go ahead.
All right, if I can have this marked for ID.
All right, you mark for ID.
so you're very familiar with Oxford area, correct?
Yes, I am. I've lived here roughly 12 to 14 years.
And during that 12, 14 years, you've been a police officer, investigator, and now you're charged with
Emergency management.
Responding to disasters. Do y'all use a certain type of map system for this area?
So the one that I primarily use is called Near Map. I was able to obtain access to that. The city of Oxford has it, and what happens is it's a aerial imagery where we're able to view the city of Oxford. It doesn't let us go to any other jurisdictions that aren't connected with Near Map. And the aerial imagery, what happens is every January, an airplane flies over and takes digital imagery for us, and we use it for planning purposes, emergency management related things, anytime any maps or imagery is needed.
All right, and I'm going to hand you what's been marked for ID as Exhibit 61. Do you recognize that as a map here? In light of the route that he described, he took that morning.
Yes, this depicts the route that Timothy Herrington told me he took that morning.
All right, Your Honor, today would ask if you received that.
All right, be admitted.
All right. So were you able to calculate how far it is from Lafayette Place Apartments, Tim Harrington's apartment, over to Highland Square, which he talked about on this, and him coming back to Rockets, where we see that on video where he gets in the car with his iPod? The total distance.
It's approximately 7.2 miles.
All right, 7.2 miles. Were you able to calculate how fast you would have to run if you were going to make that route from 6:57 a.m. to 7:34 a.m.?
So a couple times that are important here. You got the white Ford Escape going by Kokomo Chevron, driven by Timothy Harrington at 6:51 a.m. You got the box truck coming back by, driven by Timothy Harrington at 6:57 a.m. The approximate distance from Kokomo Chevron back to Lafayette Place on Jackson Avenue is 1.5 miles, approximately 5 minutes to get from Kokomo Chevron to Lafayette Place. That would put him back at Lafayette Place at approximately 7:02 a.m. If he got out of his vehicle and started running at that point, when he's next seen on video at Molly Bar Trails is 7:34. That is only 32 minutes. And if he's trying to make a distance of 7.2 miles when he's seen at Molly Bar Trails, he'd have to average per mile 4 minutes and 4 seconds.
So 7.2 at a 4-minute mile?
He's got to do sub 5 per mile. So approximately four minutes and 44 seconds per mile to make it from Lafayette Place to when he's seen on video at Molly Bar Trails exiting at 7:34 a.m.
All right. Now then, OPD secured footage from Rockets.
Yes.
That we talked about at length with Tim Harrington getting into the vehicle with his iPod, correct?
Yes.
And in that roadway that we see from that camera perspective, the road directly out front is Molly Bar Road.
Yes.
All right. Then to the side, what road is that?
It's McElroy.
McElroy Drive.
McElroy Drive.
And is that the route he would have had to have taken to get to Highland Square?
Yes. He's going to go down Lafayette Place, and he's going to come around Anchorage Road, which then turns into Old Sardis Road. And then he's going to go all the way down Old Sardis Road till he gets to McElroy Drive, come up through here, which he refers to the airport when he's talking to us and saying he ran by the airport. That's the airport right there. He's going to then get to down to Rockets on the run he told us. And he's going to turn left on Molly Bar Road, go around a curve, go past Molly Bar Trails where he was seen running out at 7:34 and Jay Lee's car was seen coming into, go up to Highland Square, turn around and come back. And that's the route he told us.
And you know he had to turn around and come back from Highland Square because you see him on video at Rockets.
Yes.
Getting into the car with his iPod.
Yes.
Now, can you tell me about the video surveillance at Rockets, whether you can see traffic on McElroy Drive as well.
Yes, so Rockets has the way the cameras are set up, you can see people coming down McElroy Drive from the side of the business down to the intersection, and then in front of Rockets on Molly Bar Road coming up to the intersection.
Did Oxford Police Department investigators, including you, look for anybody that matched the description of Tim Herrington that morning jogging down McElroy Road?
Yes, we looked for video well before, on the times, we looked well before 7 a.m. and I believe well before 6 a.m. to see if we see Timothy Herrington run by Rockets, and we never see Timothy Herrington run by McElroy or Molly Bar Road.
And according to him on his interview, if what he said was accurate, you would have seen him running by Rockets on McElroy Road.
We would have seen him come by McElroy Drive and then take a left at that intersection and start making his way, jogging up a hill or running uphill.
And if he had made a 7.2 mile run at 4 minute 44 second pace and make it to Rockets to get in the car with Keziah Carter, would he have a light sweat?
He'd probably be paying pretty hard and have a heavy sweat.
And do you know what he was wearing at the time he got into the car with Keziah Carter?
He was wearing a sweatshirt.
Hood up or down? Do you know?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Was the hood up or down?
The hood was up.
All right. Well, best place, Molly Bar Trails, where Jaylee's car was found. Campus Walk Apartments, where Jaylee's car was.
Yes.
The last, well, on July 8, 2022, where Jaylee's phone goes silent. Was all that in Lafayette County?
Yes.
State of Mississippi?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the person that you interviewed at Tim Herrington and later at CID in the interview room, that you've identified as Tim Herrington, is he in the room today?
Yes, he's sitting right there beside his attorney, Kevin Moran, wearing a blue suit.
Let's record reflect the witnesses identified.
Record so reflect.
Your Honor, if I could, I'm going to replay, not replay, but play just a little bit further on that.
You know what the course instructions are anyway.
I do.
Hello, Claudia. So I guess who has a video tonight? I'm gonna guess. Carl Steinbeck. The movie Die Hard and Swisher Cigar now in the court. Crime and Coffee. Yep. I tell ya. Judge Everett not trusting Donna's team, 9 p.m. Eastern. Oh, somebody told me I'm cheated, Claudia. I cheated because somebody came in and told me it was 7 o'clock. And here, you know what? We might have to preempt Melody Ferris just so we can, if it's 9 p.m. Eastern, because I don't want to miss Carl. I wonder if I can.
Jimmie, I honestly don't know, like, it's not happening, I don't know if it's friends, but I can tell you, like, it's like, basically, I don't know, like, I don't know, I don't know his name, I don't know if my friend is stronger, like, when I was raised, I was like, behind you.
So, was that significant?
Yes, he's describing where he runs out of Molly Bar Trails, goes down to Rockets and sees Keziah Carter and flags him down.
Did he identify the name of the person?
No, sir.
He didn't tell you his name?
No, sir.
All right, now then, can you see exhibit 20 projected on your?
Claudia says, I haven't been here, only came to tell you this vid was on. I just saw it. Thanks, Claudia. Yeah, this, I think today was even worse than the other days. I don't even know how we're going to get through this, but we're trying.
Yes. Yes.
All right. I'm going to just put in your hand exhibit 61.
Okay.
It gets picked up by Keziah Carter 2 weeks
Oh
earlier.
gosh, we got to get
July
through this.
From the time that he's giving you the sentence.
Yes.
Right. But he can't tell you the name of that person.
No, sir.
Okay. And then when he's telling you the route that he took, can you compare that to the route that is represented in S20 that was provided and admitted in court under prior testimony that tracks Jalen's car from the Belle place to Molly Bar Trails? Is anything about comparing those two significant to you about why Tim Herrington told you he made the route that he did that morning?
Oh, yes. He did not want me to know he went on Jackson Avenue. But the most significant part about this is both routes, the way Jay Lee's car goes and the way Tim Herrington described his run, both of them are passing Rockets. Only one came by the car. Tim didn't come by running.
All right. How long y'all been out there? A while? Let's take a break. 4:18. Y'all step back and I'll tell you what we're gonna do. Well, remember court instructions on investigate, talk about, or form any opinion. Mr. Torres.
Oh my goodness, step away for a second. Sorry, guys. Step away for a second. I think we just missed him picking his nose again. Enjoy work, Claudia. I think we missed him picking it. This judge has a nose picking problem. I really want to write him. I want to call wherever this is in Mississippi and say, please, judge, stop picking your nose. It's gross. Did your mama never teach you that?
I'll put it that way, okay? Do what? We'll be back at 9 in the morning.
Oh,
We'll talk to
thank
Jerry
you.
now about
Jesus.
whether what's their, somebody had mentioned about
No, it's Saturday, Judge.
viewing sites.
Yes, sir.
Y'all talk about that and see if that's something I need to bring up.
No, sir, it's Saturday.
We'll talk about that. Let me get the jury out here in dawn, and then we'll spend some of that time arguing. All right, I advise them to let me know quick the jury got settled back in.
No, sir, it's Saturday. Please, Judge. I won't make any more comments about you picking your nose. Look, 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 look.
Kevin, you say we're ready to play in Hattiesburg tomorrow?
Hattiesburg tomorrow, 7 o'clock.
I'll tell them to be looking for some sidelines since all these folks won't be rooting for Hattiesburg High, and if you're gonna be there rooting for Grenada anyway. But,
Where Hattiesburg at?
yes. What's that? 6:30 something?
What? What's going on here?
Did Lafayette win a game this year? Did Lafayette High School win a football game this year? I didn't think. Had a perfect season. Yes.
Oh, we get to see the jury this time. Mostly men. I only seen a couple women.
We got some more arguing to do.
Oh, they cut the video off? No. No, they didn't. We didn't just go through all that for them to cut the video. No, sir. Video unavailable. Are you kidding me, guys? Oh, this is day 2. They cut their video. Figured people didn't want to watch it, I guess. No, day 2. Well, guys, I guess that's it for the day because they cut their video. Because that was day 2 or day 3.
We will ultimately shorten the proceedings anyway. We will be back in the morning. I also want to talk to Jerry about their wishes as far as Sunday work. I'm not saying they're controlling, but they got more influence than y'all do. I'll put it that way, okay? Do it. We'll be back at 9 in the morning, but I'm gonna talk to Jerry now about whether they, what's their, somebody had mentioned about travel viewing sites.
Yes, sir.
Y'all talk about that and see if that's something I need to bring up.
The jury to a different interest. The reason why it's-
We'll talk about that. Let me get the Jerry out here and gone, and then we'll spend some of that time arguing. All right, I advise them to let me know quick the jury got settled back in.
Is there no football on, Judge? Don't you want to go to a football game? Go golfing? Something? I beg of you.
Kevin, you say we're ready to play at Hattiesburg tomorrow?
Hattiesburg tomorrow, 7 o'clock.
I'll tell them to be looking for you on the sidelines, since all these folks gonna be rooting for Hattiesburg High, and if you're gonna be there rooting for Grenada anyway. But,
Wherever Hattiesburg at.
So,
yes.
how is the lawyers going to a football game and it's just going to work?
Did Lafayette win a game this year?
We heard that.
Football game this year? I didn't think. Had a perfect season.
Jakey, I think everybody left.
Yes.
I think it's just me and you, bud. I think it's just me and you again. Yeah. You want some love? Okay. Okay, man. I'll give you love. Look at that jury, Jake. It's all men so far. All men. There's a couple women. Just a couple girls, and the rest are boys. Mm-hmm.
We got some more arguing to do. It's gonna take us a while. Don't leave y'all sitting back there twiddling your thumbs here, and you be back at the hotel twiddling your thumbs anyway. I'm gonna let you go for the evening. Remember, court instructions don't discuss the case. Don't anyone discuss the case with you. Don't form a professional opinion or investigate the case in any way. The lawyers and you contact any media contact about this case. Don't be posting things on social media. I am gonna.
They did theirs too. Well, here, I'm looking for it and it's done. Okay, well, it's done for the day anyway. And then we are back tomorrow because the judge is going to work on a Saturday.
I'm being ignored.
No, you're not being ignored. I'm talking.
No, I'm sorry. I just didn't think that anybody could hear me. Okay. This is insanity. Are you serious about tomorrow?
Yeah, the judge just said.
Wow. That's crazy.
Well, I want to thank everyone for staying with me. It was dreadful. It was completely long and horrid. And we could watch Monday, then we can really speed trial. You're right, Susie. We definitely could. We could skip Saturday and then watch it on Monday because we didn't get to hear if they were going to work Sunday or not. So we could do that. I appreciate that because I'm like, I don't want to waste my weekend watching this. I truly don't. Then we could really just hit the witnesses. Don't worry about sidebars. Don't worry about arguments because arguments are useless anyway. I agree with you, Susie. I think that's a great idea. just watch the witnesses and that's it, and get through this, because this was dreadful. I actually think today was worse than any other day. Oh, Jimmie, what are you rattling?
Nothing.
You didn't? Okay, you just did something. I know you did.
Sorry, I don't think I did anything.
Did you say you're doing another live tonight? Yes, Leah. We're going to start the Melody Ferris rewatch trial rewatch, because a few people haven't seen it. So we're going to...
All right, be seated. Cross-examination.
Sorry. I didn't stop that live. We're going to rewatch that. And at some point, because Carl's coming on at 9, so hopefully we can, Carl's coming on. Watch Saturday on Monday, I mean. Yep, no, I agree. And then we can watch, Monday on Tuesday, and we'll just speed through them. Yeah, so am I, Irene. I am completely... I loved that trial. It was a great trial. Except for the lazy judge. I will say that. Cannon was a lazy judge. But I know day 1 wasn't that long, so hopefully we can get through it. I'm going to mute Jamie because I don't know what she's doing. We can get through it and then make it to see Carl. So that's what I'm hoping. Because somebody said 7 and then someone said 9. Judge Cannon seemed checked out. Well, what was it? The one time he was going to play golf or something? He had to make it an early day. They left at 12 o'clock? Something like 12 o'clock they left. Just before lunch. Dreadful. Perfect description. It sure was. It was absolutely dreadful. Oh. Truly did my head in, because I'm just like, what is going on? Like, first they're talking about suppression of videos of interrogation and all this because of no Miranda rights. And it sounded like the judge said he agreed with that. Then all of a sudden we're watching the interrogation and Miranda rights were read. So I have no idea. Maybe they speak completely backwards and we're looking at this a different way. Maybe when they say they're suppressing it, actually means they're allowing it in. Because it was completely backwards. I don't know if Jamie, there was some whistling, so I'll unmute Jamie. Hopefully that whistling's gone away. Yeah, because it sounded like you were rattling a bottle or something with something in it, and then there was a whistle. So, but all right, guys, I am gonna go. I'm gonna make something to eat, get ready for 8 o'clock, and join us on the Ferris wheel, because that's where we're going to be. All right, thank you, guys.
Everybody have a good day.
Thank you guys so much for joining me. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Jamie, for starting the stream. I appreciate that. Guys, I cannot tell you how much your support means to me. So I just truly want to say thank you. That being said, we will see each other back here at 8 o'clock. Thanks, guys. Have a good night.